Welcome to Acera's pre-retirement seminar. In this seminar, I'm going to tell you all the things that you might want to know in the 3 years leading up to retirement, or maybe even the 3 months or 3 weeks leading up to retirement, because you're going to retire soon, which is why you're watching the pre-retirement webinar, I would imagine. And you probably have some questions about your upcoming retirement. Questions like, what do I need to know? What do I need to do, if anything? Well, we will answer all of those questions for you today. I've arranged the answers to your questions and all of the content of the presentation into the form of this checklist. So this is your pre-retirement checklist for the purposes of this video. Now, the first thing I'm going to tell you about is helping you understand your membership, just some basic stuff about Acera. So we'll just start right at the beginning. I'll tell you all you might want to know about your membership, including your contributions to the retirement system. We'll look at a retirement timeline, and I'll talk about your tier. I will also help you get an estimate of your retirement benefit. And in doing so, it's very helpful for me to explain the retirement formula for you. The 3 factors that make up the retirement formula and the ins and outs of how we arrive at those factors. And that will help you do that final planning when you are leading up to retirement. There could be some things that you hear that help you maximize your final retirement benefit that you'll receive once you retire. I'll talk briefly about, purchasing service credit. We will talk at length about how vacation affects the salary component of the retirement formula, and I'll show you our benefit estimate tool to help you get a precision estimate. Then in the second half of the presentation, we'll talk about retirement eligibility. I'll help you choose your retirement date. I'll tell you the things that you will want to know about that. I will talk about the application process that you're going to use to retire and the 5 different options that you're going to choose from during the retirement process. I'm going to help you understand some other benefits, such as medical, dental, and vision benefits. And then we'll talk very briefly about a few other life events and signing up for Acera News. Okay, it's going to take a little bit of time. It's kind of a meaty presentation, so let's jump right in. First topic, understanding your Acera membership. I'll start right at the beginning of the story. Who is Acera? Acera, in one sense, is the Alameda County Employees Retirement Association. It's this acronym. But really, Acera is made up of a lot of people. It's made up of about 90 of us who work here. We're all county employees working for Acera, which is a local agency, government agency. And so we're all county employees. And what we do is we provide retirement, disability, and death benefits to our members. That's our entire job. And our members are all of you. So you're also part of Acera. And you're a member of Acera because of the position that you work in and who you work for. So at some point, you started work in a full-time retirement eligible position. Now, you may not work full-time anymore, but at the beginning, it was a full-time retirement eligible position. And that position was working for one of these 6 local agencies, including Alameda County, that use Acera to provide retirement benefits to their employees, including Alameda County, Alameda Health System, Superior Court of California, First 5, the Housing Authority, and the Livermore Area Recreation and Parks District. So if you are a employee working in that retirement eligible position for one of these employers, that automatically makes you an Acera member. And in fact, the membership is mandatory. So you automatically became an Acera member. And as an Acera member, you have been contributing to Acera's fund throughout your entire career. So if you look at your pay stub, I don't have a screenshot of that. If you look at your pay stub and you look at the before tax deductions column, you'll see a line that says retirement, and there's some of your paycheck, a small portion of your paycheck coming out of your paycheck and going into Acera's fund. Okay, now every time that happens, your employer also makes a contribution on your behalf. Hang on one second. Okay. Every time you contribute to the fund, your employer is also contributing to Acera's fund. And we don't want that money to just sit there and collect dust. What we do is we invest it all over the world in a diverse array of investments, and we earn a lot of interest on your contributions and your employer's contributions. So it's these three sources of income, you contributing to Acera's fund, your employer contributing, and all of the interest we earn on our investments, that gives us this big pool of money that we call Acera's fund. Okay. So what do we do with that money? Why are we collecting all this money? And why are we investing it? Well, you, as you work, as you go through your career, you are earning credit toward retirement. And you're earning credit toward retirement in three different categories, which I'll talk about in just 1 minute. So you're in credit toward retirement throughout your entire career. And then at some point in the future, you're going to stop earning credit toward retirement and you're going to start collecting the retirement that you've earned throughout your career in the form of a monthly retirement allowance that you'll get every month on the last business day of the month for the rest of your life. You cannot outlive your retirement. That's really an amazing special thing that you get to participate in this defined benefit pension plan that is Acera. Now you'll hear me throw a few terms around: monthly retirement allowance, retirement benefit, monthly retirement benefit, pension benefit. These are all synonymous terms for this payment that you've earned, which is what you're collecting every month for the rest of your life. So let me show you some pension milestones that you can expect to see throughout your career, okay? And this will give some context for some of the other concepts that I'm about to get into. Your first milestone is the date of hire. This is the first day that they told you to show up to work if you got hired right into your retirement eligible position, or this could be the first day in that retirement eligible position if you already did some work for your employer in some other capacity. Now, for most people, 2 weeks goes by and the first day of your second pay period is your date of entry into Acera. This is your first day of Acera membership. And this is when you start earning credit toward retirement. Now, for the Housing Authority and Livermore Area Recreation Parks District, your date of entry into Acera was actually your date of hire, so there's no lag time. For everyone else, there's a 2-week lag time. Okay, now you're an Acera member. What happens is 5 years goes by. You basically work 5 full-time years, so you earn 5 years of service credit with Acera and this is one of the categories of credit toward retirement. And after you meet the 5-year mark, you're considered vested in the system. And investing is kind of a loose concept, but it means guaranteed. So the vested benefits are the guaranteed benefits. And a lot of those benefits become available once you reach 5 years of service credit. So that's why we kind of attach that word vesting to that milestone of 5 years. Okay, the next milestone is the day that you reach retirement eligibility. This is going to be through some combination of your years of service credit and your age. And there's a few different combinations that will get you to retirement eligibility. I'll show you what they are in the second half of the presentation. But this would be the first day that you could physically retire. Now, many people don't retire on that day. Some people do, but the majority of people will continue working after that, and that's your choice. You can continue working after that and earn more and more credit toward retirement. Okay, then there's some day on or after your retirement eligibility date that you choose to retire. This is your retirement date. And this is when you stop earning credit toward retirement and you start collecting the retirement that you've earned every month for the rest of your life until your death. This is when your retirement payments stop. Now, if you go back to the retirement date, at the time of your retirement, you will get to choose among 5 different options, and I'll show you what those are in the second half of the presentation. Most of the options will allow you to leave a lifetime continuance to a beneficiary. So you'll receive from your retirement date to your death every month your retirement allowance. And then after your death, if you did name a continuance beneficiary, they would receive a monthly payment every month until their death. And so that's the final milestone on the pension timeline. And I see a question up on the board. Can you please confirm if the 5-year vesting period starts on the hire date or the entry date? It starts on the entry date because the vesting is based on you earning service credit with Acera, and you don't start earning service credit until that date of entry. Okay, at this point, I'm going to give you this optional thing to do. Oh, you're welcome. And you probably already saw a reference to this if you're in the email that you got to attend this live. We have this worksheet. It's called your retirement planning worksheet. And I'm going to show you, if you haven't already downloaded it, I'm going to show you where you can get to it. And you have the choice. You can fill it out as you go along. So I'm going to switch over to the web here. This is our website. And you need to go to news and events, go down to retirement planning seminars, which is the 4th option down. And you just scroll down a little here under pre-retirement webinar. You open up the accordion there, and there is a retirement planning worksheet. This is a PDF. You can fill this out as we go along. And I created this because I noticed that people were they were taking a lot of notes, and they were maybe wondering like kind of what the pertinent numbers were for them. And so this helps you record all of the pertinent numbers. So when you come back maybe a few months later and you try to remember what you learned in the webinar, you can refer to this sheet, and this is kind of the distillation of a lot of the numbers for your own retirement situation. And so you can see that these are fillable. So you can fill this out on your device, or you can print it out and fill it out in pencil or pen. If you are going to fill it out on your device, I recommend going ahead and downloading it and saving it to your device. And that way, when you fill in the numbers and you hit save, they will get retained. If you fill it out in your browser, you won't be able to save the numbers. Okay. So what you are seeing, back to the presentation, what you're seeing in the presentation on this slide is a zoomed in view of the first box on that worksheet, which is some dates that you could enter for your career timeline. So at this point, if you want to, you could enter your Acera entry date on here. Now that you understand that when it is, it's when you first entered Acera, it's your first day of membership. You notice I've written approximate dates up here. So many of you probably don't remember the exact, time, maybe hire date or even entry date. So you could just get close here. If you know it was like November of 2003, you could write that in there. If you do log into your account on our website, it will tell you your exact entry date. So you could do that if you want to. And additionally, at this point, if you want to pencil in a projected retirement date because you have already zeroed in on one, you can do that right now. And notice I say pencil in because you may hear something during the presentation that will maybe change your mind about that projected retirement date a little bit. You might want to shift it around a few days or a few weeks. So we'll see what happens. Okay, a few more. There's a comment, you're not able to type on the form. Go ahead and try to download the form and see if you can type into it, because there are fillable fields in the form. So I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to type into it. You may need to have Adobe Acrobat Reader on your device in order to open it, but most devices come with that installed. And if you don't have it, you can just Google Adobe Acrobat Reader, and you can download it for free. That's a free application. Okay, so a quick word about vesting. The guarantee from, like I said, vesting kind of means guaranteed. The guarantee comes from state law, and all the laws are compiled in this group of laws called the 1937 Act, County Employees Retirement Law. And these are the laws that govern Acera. This is what tells us how to run Acera and how to run everything at Acera, and what all the rules are. So, and then this is where the guarantee comes from. The guaranteed benefits are that retirement allowance, the monthly retirement benefit that you'll receive every month for the rest of your life. an annual cost of living increase, which is a percentage increase every year to your retirement allowance. And I will go into detail about that in the second half of the presentation. Also, a $1,000 lump sum death benefit. Now, there are other death benefits that are greater, that could be greater than this, that are associated with the 5 different retirement options. We'll dig into those also, but this is kind of a basic, I think what they call like a burial benefit. It's a 1,000, it's considered a vested benefit. Okay, so at this point, if you want to, on your worksheet, you could fill out your vesting date by just taking your ACERA entry date. And if you worked full-time, starting the first 5 years, you could just add 5 years and that would be your vesting date. Now, the vesting date isn't super important. If you don't know what it is, you can just leave it blank because if you're already well past it, it doesn't matter what the date was. If you already know you have at least 5 years of service credit, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, let me show you your tier. Let me talk to you about your tier. You are all in one of these tiers. If you're a safety member, you may belong to 2 tiers. So to determine your tier, first you have to figure out which one of these timelines to look at. If you're a safety member, you're going to look at the bottom timeline. And safety members are sheriff's deputies and probation officers. And it's possible there are other sworn officers that are considered safety members that I'm not aware of. So you would look at the bottom timeline. Now, if you're not a safety member, that means you're a general member. So that's everyone else. You would look at the top timeline, unless you're a general member who works for the Housing Authority or Livermore Area Recreation and Parks District, and then you would look at the timeline that is appropriate to your employer. So the way the tiers work is that they're based on your date of entry. And if you entered ACERA before the end cutoff for each tier, that puts you in the earlier tier. So for example, if you're a general member and you entered ACERA before July 1st, 1983, so that means June 30th, 1983, and before, that you're a tier 1 member. If you entered ACERA July 1st, 1983, all the way up to December 31st, 2012, you're a tier 2 member. If you entered ACERA January 1st, 2013 and beyond, you're a tier 4 member. And that is the case with all 4 of the timelines, no matter what your employment status is. Now, you will probably notice that the Housing Authority has a different tier 1 cutoff. LARPD has a tier 3 that no one else has, and has a different cutoff date for the tier 1. And then the safety members have 3 different tier 2s and with different cutoff dates. And the difference between tier 2C and tier 2D is a selection that you made within 45 days of your safety membership. So if you don't remember whether you're in tier 2C or tier 2D, you can log into your account on our website and it will tell you exactly which tier you're in. And in fact, that's true with everyone. When you log into your account on our website, it tells you exactly which tier you're in. But otherwise, you could just go by, if you happen to know when you entered ACERA, you can go by these cutoff dates. And one more thing for the safety members is that you may have done some work as a general member. So you may have some service credit in a general membership before you became a safety member. So you might actually have 2 tiers. And we'll do 2 different retirement calculations for you when you go to retire. So at this point, okay, and there's a question, is general tier 2-INT the same as tier 2? Yeah, and the INT just means that you're integrated with Social Security. So yeah, that's what that means. And then you wrote in TY. So maybe you could clarify that question. Okay, so you can go ahead on your worksheet. If you're doing the worksheet, you can go ahead and mark which tier you're in. If you're a safety member, you could mark, and you have some general work that you did, you could mark both tiers on the same worksheet. You could do 2 different worksheets. It might just be helpful to do one worksheet and just fill in all of the numbers. Let me look at the worksheet real fast and see if I'm telling you the right thing. So when you're doing the estimating retirement section, that should all be combined. Yeah, if you're a safety member, just fill out one worksheet. and mark both tiers on one worksheet. Okay, I got a question. Can I show you where the worksheet is located? Absolutely. So you're going to go out to our website. Oh, the form doesn't allow you to select 2 tiers. Sorry about that. That is a defect with the form, and we'll get that fixed. So yeah, my apologies. You could, maybe there's a field somewhere where you could type in, you could just make a note that you also have a second tier. Sorry about that. I'll get that fixed. So if you're looking for the worksheet, you go to our website, you go over to news and events, go down to the forced selection retirement planning seminars, and you'll find the retirement planning seminars page here. So you just open up the pre-retirement webinar under webinar options, and there is a link there to the worksheet, and it will open up a PDF. And as I was saying earlier, I recommend if you're going to fill this out with the fillable fields, go ahead and download it to your device first before you start filling it out. And that way you can save your work. Okay, you're welcome. There's a question, is the tier level affected by reciprocity? Yes, it could be. So if you entered Acera with reciprocity, which means you did work for another California public agency, you switched jobs, you came over to work for one of Acera's employers, and you linked Acera with the other retirement system from the previous agency, your entry date into the first agency would determine which tier you're in. So that could put you into an earlier tier. Okay, there's a comment. I'm not able to do the worksheet. I have 33 years in and plan to retire in 3 more years at age 62 with 36 years. And you're not able to do the worksheet. Sorry about that. The worksheet isn't, it's not super important for the, in terms of being able to do it while you're watching the webinar. One thing that you could do is just get out a scratch piece of paper and just take notes on whatever, whatever the things are that you learn that whenever I show the worksheet, the different things to put on your worksheet. So yeah, I really apologize that you're not able to download it and figure that out. If you, let's see, you might be able to call into our call center later, maybe after the seminar, and they can help you figure out how to download the worksheet. It's the phone number for our call center is 510-628-3000. So again, that's 510-628-3000. And the phone number is out on our website as well. Okay, so there's a question. If I retire from one job at tier 2 and go somewhere else and become tier 4, what tier am I going to receive my benefits? Okay, so if you do retire from Acera as a tier 2 person, you would retire and we would use the tier 2 age factor percentage, which will make a lot more sense in just a minute. And in fact, that's actually what we're about to talk about. And then you go work for somewhere else, another public agency, you would enter their agency at tier 4, and you would probably have to work there for 5 years in order to retire from that agency. Now, the alternative to that is to get a job at another reciprocal agency within 6 months of leaving this job. Then you can link the systems together and establish reciprocity, and you probably wouldn't have to work at the next job for 5 years to get a benefit from them. If you want more information about reciprocity, I don't take a deep dive into it in this webinar. I do talk about it in the new employee / mid-career webinar. Or you could go out to our website and type in acera.org/reciprocity. And then we have a whole page on all of the ins and outs of reciprocity. Okay, so at this point in the webinar, we'll move to the next topic, which is helping you estimate your retirement benefit, your upcoming retirement benefit. And in order to do that, I was saying earlier, it's a lot easier. It'll be easier for you to understand how we arrive at your estimate if I explain to you the different factors that go into calculating your retirement allowance when you go to retire. And another thing that will help with me explaining this is there could be some ways that you can maximize that retirement allowance in the years leading up to retirement. So you can learn a few things about how to maximize that in this discussion. So let me explain our pension formula to you. It's not super complicated. You see, it's a basic multiplication. There's 3 things being multiplied here, and that determines what your monthly retirement allowance will be for the rest of your life. Now, what this sentence up here is saying, it's basically saying in English what is happening in this equation here. When you go to retire, you are going to get, as your monthly retirement allowance, you're going to get a percentage of your highest salary that you earned while you were working. You're going to get a percentage of your highest salary for each year of service that you worked. So let me give you some numbers, and I think it will help illustrate this concept a little better. Let's say, for the sake of example, that you are going to get the percentage of your highest salary that you're going to get for each year of service is going to be 2%. And let's also say that you worked for 20 full-time years. So that means that you earned 20 years of service credit with ACERA. And we'll just say exactly 20 years. So you are going to get, as your retirement allowance, 2% of your highest monthly salary for each individual one of these 20 years of service credit that you earned. What that means is you're going to get 40% of your salary as your retirement allowance, because when we multiply these two together, 2% times 20 is 40%. Another way to say it is 2% for each one of the 20 years is 40%. So your retirement allowance is going to be 40% of your working salary. Now let's give you another number. Let's say that your working salary was $5,000, just to give you a nice round number. So you were earning while you were working $5,000 per month. Well, your retirement allowance is going to be 40% of that. 40% of $5,000 is $2,000. So this becomes your retirement allowance when we multiply the 40% times the 5,000. And that's how we determine your retirement allowance. Now, the bottom line here is that because this is a multiplication, the higher the age factor percentage, the higher the service credit. Well, let me go back. The higher the age factor percentage, and they go higher and higher the older you get, the higher the service credit, you earn more and more service credit as you work, and the higher your salary, if you get cost of living increases and maybe raises, your salary goes up. The higher any of these numbers are equals a higher retirement allowance when we multiply it out. So in order to maximize your retirement allowance, you want to make sure that each of these 3 numbers is as high as you can get them. Let me show you how to do that. And I'll talk about each one of these factors in some more detail. I'll start with the age factor percentage. So the first factor that I'll talk about is the age factor percentage. Now, how do we determine what percent of your highest salary you're going to get? Because it's not going to be 2% necessarily, like I gave in the example. It could be, but it's probably not going to be because there's a lot of other age factors. So how do we figure out which age factor you are going to get? Which percentage of your salary you're going to get for each year of service? What we do is we use this chart. And this is a sample of the chart. There are some of the age factors in here, percentages in here. And what we do when you go to retire is we'll find where your situation intersects on this chart. So what you're going to do is only look at your tier, the column for your tier. If you're a general tier 2 member, for example, you just look at the general tier 2 column. If you're a safety member, you look at the tier over here in the safety side of the chart. Okay, you just look at your column. And what we're going to do when you go to retire is we're going to look at your age at retirement. So let's say that you retire at age 62 and you're a general tier 2 member. Well, we're going to come into the chart. We're going to go tier 2 general, see where it intersects with age 62, 2.09%. That would be the percentage of your highest salary that you're going to get for each year of service. That's 2.9%, excuse me, I'm so sorry. 2.09% is what we put in the formula for you in the age factor percentage area. You'll notice a few things about the age factor percentages, and I alluded to this a minute ago. The age factor percentages get larger the older you are when you retire. So you can see that they increase with increasing age. Now, they only increase up to a limit. There's a maximum for each one of the tiers, which is denoted by the blue box in each one of the tiers. So for example, the general tier 2 maximum age factor percentage you can get is 2.43%. Now, if you retire at the maximum age of 65 for that tier or older, 66, 67, 77, you still get the 2.43% as your age factor in the formula for you. So you can't get more than that percentage-wise. But you could continue to work and continue to earn service credit and continue to get higher and higher salaries in those categories of the formula. Okay, you may notice another thing about this chart is that I skipped a bunch of the ages, and that's because there's actually so many age factor percentages, they don't all fit on the slide. And that is because the age factor percentages actually increase every quarter year, every 3 months, basically, and it's based on your birthday. So for example, if your birthday is January 15th, 1 quarter after your birthday, we just add 3 months, is April 15th. We add another 3 months to get to the next quarter after your birthday, July 15th. We add another 3 months to get to the next quarter after your birthday, October 15th, and then back to your birthday. So every time you pass one of those dates and don't retire, you get a 1 quarter year older, there's actually a slightly increased increment of an age factor percentage. You'll see that if you ever look at the full chart, it'll say like 55, 55 and a quarter, 55 and a half, 55 and 3/4, 56, and so on and so forth. And there's an incremental increase in the age factor percentages for each one of those quarter year age increases. If you want to see all of the age factors, you can go out to acera.org/age, and then you can see the full set of them. And there's a reciprocity question about salary. I'm going to save that question for when I get to the salary discussion. So, and that'll be very shortly. Okay, so that's what I wanted to tell you about the age factor percentages. Let's talk about the second factor in the retirement formula, your years of service credit. How do you get service credit? Where does it come from? Well, you earn service credit while you work. So you start earning service credit on your first day of membership with Acera, and you will earn service credit all the way up until your retirement date if you go straight from active work into retirement. Now, for some of you, there may be an extra milestone here, which would be your termination date. And really, this is true for everyone. I should just go ahead and edit this chart to add that milestone. Your termination date, your last day of work for your employer, your last day on payroll, is actually the day that you stop earning service credit. But if for the people who are going straight into retirement, that's your last day of work is the day before your retirement date, which is why I kind of simplify it. But for some of you, you may not retire immediately after you stop working, and you might become what we call a deferred member, which is you stop working, and you defer your retirement to a later date. So for you, there would be a gap between the termination date and the retirement date. And so but for the cases for everyone, you earn service credit while you work. So you're earning service credit between your date of entry into Acera and then when you stop working on your termination date. Okay, when do you actually earn service credit? Well, you earn service credit during your regular work hours. You also earn service credit during your earned leave times. So when you go out on your earned vacation leave or sick leave, management leave, comp time, holidays, floating holidays, all of those times where you're out on leave, you are earning service credit. Those times do not count against you for the purposes of earning service credit. You're already earning service credit for those. Now, there are some times when you do not earn service credit, and that is if you ever go out on leave without pay, you're not earning service credit during that time. If you purchase vacation time, which is a ability that some of our employers allow their employees to do, including Alameda County, you're purchasing extra vacation on top of your earned vacation when you go out on that purchased vacation. So you're taking like a week of purchased vacation and you mark that on your timesheet. While you're out on that purchased vacation, you're not earning service credit. So, but like, don't get alarmed, because a week of purchased vacation here or there is not going to make a massive difference to your retirement allowance. If like, especially if we're looking at like a 20-year career, it's going to be peanuts. So I wouldn't even sweat that. If you need to take a purchased vacation, just take a purchased vacation. Okay, so different concept, sold vacation. This is where you take your earned vacation, and instead of going out on vacation, you sell it back to your employer. Well, for cash, when you do that, you get the cash, but you don't get any service credit for that. Okay. Now, having said that, you don't earn service credit, but you could get salary credit for it in the highest average monthly salary component of the retirement formula. And we will take a deep dive into that in just a few minutes. Okay. So hold on to your questions about that. You also do not earn service credit during overtime, on-call time, or standby time. Okay, I just want to touch on this briefly, the ability to purchase additional service credit. There are some types of time that are eligible for you to purchase to increase the amount of service credit in the retirement formula for you. Mostly what they are these types of time where the situation was such that you were not able to earn service credit while you were during that time, but your employer and really the whole retirement system has decided that the situation being what it was, they'll allow you to come back later and purchase the time. So some examples are part-time work that you did for your employer before you got your full-time retirement eligible position. And I'm not talking about working for a temporary agency or under contract. This is just plain old part-time work. You did not earn service credit for that because you were not yet in your full-time retirement eligible position. But then once you did that and you became an ACERA member, you can go back and buy that part-time work. The same is true with any work that you did in the county's temporary assignment pool, which is what TAP stands for. There's also other types of time called project work, seasonal work, per diem work. There's some other categories. If you look at our purchase page, acera.org/purchase, it lists them all out that you can go back and you can purchase. There's also the days before your entry date. That's that 2-week lag time between your your hire date and your entry date. If you have that, you could buy that 2 weeks. There's also a few types of unpaid leave time: medical leave, disability leave, and military leave during your active membership. So once you return from those leaves, you can buy that time. So if you go out on unpaid medical leave for your condition only, not for a family member's condition, when you return from that leave, you can buy a year's worth of that time per instance. Same for disability leave and military leave. And this is not prior military service. This is military leave where you go out on military leave during your active membership. There's also redeposits of prior memberships. This is where you used to be an ACERA member in the past. You quit your job. You took a refund of your contributions that you had paid into ACERA. And so you lost all your service credit and you canceled your ACERA membership. And then you came back to work later for the county or one of our other employers. And then you think, I want to get that service credit back. You can do that. You can pay all that money back that you took out. And that's called a redeposit of a prior membership. There's also redeposits. I should list it out here. Redeposit of community property, which is where you get divorced or you dissolve your state registered domestic partnership. And in the state of California, if you earned retirement while you were married or in a state registered domestic partnership, the retirement that you earned during that time is considered community property. And that is one of the things that is on the table for division when you dissolve your domestic partnership or get divorced in the settlement. So if you did do that and your ex-spouse took part of your account with them, which means that they took a piece of your service credit and a piece of your employee contributions into their own separate account. If they take a refund of their account, we will let you know about that. We'll send you a letter in the mail saying your ex-spouse or partner took a refund, and we will give you the opportunity to redeposit an equivalent amount of money to get your service credit back that they took with them. That is called a redeposit of community property. There's also other California public agency work. So if you used to work for another California public agency, maybe so some examples are other counties or cities or like the Port of Oakland or East Bay Mud or the state, and you're not eligible for their pension with whatever system they use, you could buy that time as a SERA service credit. So we have a full list out on our purchase page. We have all the details on our purchase page. Like I said, I'm not going to take a deep dive into this topic in this webinar. We do that in our new employee / mid-career webinar. And we have videos of that out on our website on the seminars page. So if you want to check that out, all you need to do is click on the link. When the YouTube video opens, fast forward the video until you see this screen, this slide right here. And then that's when I start the discussion of the service credit in that slide. But I do want to say one more thing about service credit before I move on. And let me take a couple of questions here on the service credit. There's a question, how relevant is it to purchase the days before entry? You know, I don't think it's super relevant because it's 2 weeks. And I don't think it's going to make a huge impact on your retirement allowance, especially with a longer career, like, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. The 2 weeks is going to be, peanuts, I think. Especially if the 2 weeks was that long ago, and you have to pay. What you have to pay is to make the purchase. You have to pay what your employee contributions would have been had you worked that time, and so it would have been 2 weeks from like 30 years ago or whatever, and all the interest that would have accrued on that money had we been investing it for that 30 years. So it could be rather expensive for not a great. Because you're in the pre-retirement webinar, it might not be worth it. But in that new employee mid-career webinar, I do discuss how to figure out whether a service credit purchase is worth it for you. So you may want to check that out in that video. There's a question, can I purchase only part of redeposit time? That is the only category where you have to do all or none. So for the 2 redeposits, it's all or none. For the other types of time, you can purchase a portion of the time. And there's one more question. I was full-time TAP for 1.5 years before SERA entry, but this was before 2000, and they said that was before their electronic time card system. Do you know how I can purchase TAP time if there's not an electronic record of it? You may want to just go ahead and submit a purchase request. So you log into your account on our website. So you go to asera.org, press the login button, log into your account. There's a purchase request form in there. And just go ahead and try it and see what happens, because Asera actually has a lot of microfiche of people's payroll records on file, because going way back, I mean, your employer since the beginning, no matter if it was before the era where everything is fully digitized, we do have payroll records for that, and it's on microfiche, and those are all scanned in, so I think we can access those pretty easily. So you may just want to go ahead and fill out the purchase request form, and then we'll see if we have it on file. It's a question. I was recently out for surgery, but was ill before. I ended up for the first time with leave without pay for 2 pay periods and had to pay my medical insurance. What does this mean for me? For the purposes of, okay, I see. What does it mean for you regarding service credit purchase, and also regarding, maybe working longer to make up for that? Well, For the service credit purchase, it's 2 pay periods, so it's like a month's worth of time. You could submit a service credit purchase request, especially if the time was more recently. It may not be that expensive, and you might be surprised. And so you could purchase that month worth of time. So I would log into your account on our website and go ahead and fill out that purchase request form. Alternatively, you can fill out the form. There's a PDF out on the website on our forms page. If you go to acera.org/forms, you can navigate to it on the website. If you go up to the upper menu, there's a forms and publications link, and then you just click on forms, and there's a purchase request form down in here. And well, actually, we did launch it in DocuSign as well. So you could go here, you could click on the DocuSign button and do it totally online as well. DocuSign is actually very easy to use for this stuff. Or you could fill out the PDF. So once you fill that out, we'll send you a letter telling you how much it's going to cost. Now, regarding working another month to make up for that, I mean, that would be up to you if you're not going to make the purchase. If you're trying to get over the main place that would be important is if you've had a shorter career, like 5 years, 5 to 10 years, I mean, that month could make a bit of a difference. If you had a longer career, it might not make that much of a difference dollar-wise. But one place it could make a difference is getting over the 10-year, 15-year, or 20-year milestones for the healthcare subsidies, which I will talk about in the second half of the presentation. So you will, if you're going to try to retire right before one of those, you may want to consider working past. Okay, you already have 36 years, so that's not even relevant. You've worked a long career. I would not even sweat that extra month. Like, you should retire when you're ready to retire. And you're gonna, yeah, you should retire whenever you're ready to retire. That's what I think. One more question: does workers' comp time count as medical, and can that time be bought back? It does count as the. I should just add that terminology right in here. It's like similar to disability leave, and that is purchasable. And usually, what happens is you're paid partially from your employer, and you're paid partially from the workers' comp system. The part that you're paid from your employer, you've already got service credit for it. It's the workers' comp partial time that you would then want to try to buy back. So you should, if you're interested in that, go ahead and fill out a service credit purchase request form. Okay, one more thing about service credit is what happens to your unused sick leave? Well, there's some good news here. If you go straight from active work into retirement, and when I say that, I mean that your last day on payroll is the day before your retirement date. Or another way to say it is your retirement date is the day after your last day on payroll. That means you're going straight from active work into retirement. And we will convert your sick leave to additional service credit on a 2-to-1 basis, which means basically that you'll get half of your sick leave as additional service credit. Now, it's up to a cap, and the cap is in your memorandum of understanding, which is what MOU stands for. So to know what the cap is for you, you have to go and look at your MOU. Now, I know off the top of my head that a lot of the caps are 125 days of sick leave is the max that is convertible additional service credit. So what we do, for example, is let's say that you are one of those people who the max was 125 days of sick leave, and you have at least 125 days of sick leave on the books. Well, let's say you had 130 days of sick leave on the books. Well, we have to cap it at whatever it says in your MOU. In this example, it's 125 days. So you lose those 5 days of sick leave. Then we take the 125 days that we're allowed to convert, we divide it by 2, and that gives you 62.5 days of additional service credit in the formula for you. Now, this is work days. This is not calendar days. So 62.5 business days is a little over 12 work weeks, which is about a quarter year. So you would get 0.25 years of additional service credit if we did, in this example, if we did this calculation this way. One thing that I want to point out that people always ask is, does this push out my retirement date? It does not. The only thing that this changes is the years of service credit in the retirement formula that we're going to use to calculate your retirement. It increases it and it gives you a higher retirement allowance, because the more service credit you have, the higher your retirement allowance is going to be. So that's what we do with the sick leave. Okay, so we talked about, back to the retirement formula, we talked about the age factor percentages. We talked about the years of service credit. Oh, and one more thing I want to say about that, I forgot to mention. Years of service credit measured in years. And when you look at your service credit number, you log into your account on our website, you look at your service credit number, you'll see it says like 24.876527. And all of those decimal places are as calculating your service credit down to the fraction of a day. So really, you earn service credit every 15 minutes that you work. And you will get all of that time in the equation for you when we calculate your retirement allowance. So you'll get all those decimal places. That's why I say you're earning service credit right up until the end of your last day on payroll. You're earning service credit. Okay, so we talked about the age factor percentage and the service credit. Let's talk about the salary part of the formula, the highest average monthly salary. How do we calculate this? Here's what we do. We go in our pension software. When you go to retire, our pension software will tell us what your period of highest pay is from your entire career. In pension lingo, this is known as your final compensation period. Okay, your period of consecutive highest pay throughout your entire career. Now, if you're in tier 1 or tier 3, your final compensation period will be your highest consecutive 26 biweekly or 12 monthly pay periods, depending on how you're paid, biweekly or monthly. If you're in tiers 2 or 4, your final compensation period will be your highest consecutive 78 biweekly or 36 monthly pay periods. Essentially, if you're in tiers 1 and 3, your final compensation period is your highest 1 year of consecutive pay. For tiers 2 and 4, your final compensation period is essentially your highest 3 years of consecutive pay. Now, I say essentially because it's the 1 year or 3 years of full-time pay or the equivalent of full-time. So let's say that you are in tier 2 at the end of your career, you are making your highest rate of pay, and you work the last 6 years at halftime. Well, what we need for the formula is we need to find the equivalent of 3 years of full-time pay. So we'll take those 6 years of halftime pay and we'll use all of that money when we're calculating your salary. So working less than full-time during the period that ends up being your final compensation period does not count against you for the purposes of calculating your highest average monthly salary. Okay, so what we do to make this calculation is we look at your total dollars that you made during either your highest year of pay or your highest 3 years of pay, depending on your tier. And we need to take an average for the formula. It's going to be a highest average monthly salary. So what we need to do is divide those total dollars by the number of months in the final compensation period. So for tiers 1 and 3, we divide it by 12. For tiers 2 and 4, we divide it by 36, and that gives us the average. Over that, that's the average dollars you made per month over that highest year or highest 3 years. Now, what types of pay are we looking at? What types of pay is our pension software including? The first type is base pay, and I'm going to list out four pay types here. For all of the pay types, we're talking about gross pay. This is before any deductions are taken out. Okay, so your base pay is going to be included, of course. Now, for some of you, you may have other pay codes. Sometimes these are known as footnotes. The other pay codes are listed out on our website because there's like 1,000 of them, and I can't tell you off the top of my head whether your pay code will be included in this highest average salary calculation or not. But if you go to this pay code page, acera.org/paycodes, you will find a PDF there for your employer. You open that up and there's a list of pay codes there, and it will say, you find your pay code and it'll say yes or no, whether it's included in this calculation or not. The one pay code I do know off the top of my head is overtime. That never counts here. If you need help finding your pay code on the sheet, you can ask your payroll manager for more information. Okay, now the final 2 bullet points that I'm going to show you are is vacation in 2 different categories, vacation pay. Now, who I'm talking to here is Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 4, the state, when they created Tier 4 in 2012, Tier 4 started on January 1st, 2013. They made it, they wrote into the law that vacation pay is not includable in calculating your highest average salary. So, sorry about that. We're not talking, so this whole discussion is not going to be geared toward you. For Tier 3, the people that work for LARPD in Tier 3, you're not allowed to sell vacation. And so the way that the rules work is that causes it so that we cannot include vacation pay in your salary calculation. So we're just talking to Tier 1 and 2. Okay, now vacation sales is when you sell vacation back to your employer for cash while you're still working. And vacation cash out is when you simply have vacation left over in the books when you stop working, and they will cash you out for it at that time. So actually Tier 3 and 4 members, we're going to talk about this for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, 15, 20. You can take a little snooze if you want, or you can, if you're just morbidly curious, you can hang out for this whole discussion. So I'm going to tell you all the details about this because people are super curious about this. They have lots of questions. And so I'll just tell you all about it, how this works. Okay, so here's how this works. If you sell vacation back to your employer while you're still employed, that's called vacation sale or vacation sell. If you cash out vacation at the time of termination and or retirement, that is called vacation cash out. Sometimes it's called vacation payoff. And that simply means that at the time that you stop working, you had vacation left over on the books that you hadn't taken yet. They will your employer will cash you out for it. They'll basically pay you for that vacation that you hadn't taken yet at the time of termination or retirement. Now, what we're looking at in this whole discussion is your total vacation compensation that you were compensated for during this final compensation period. And so that's through a combination of vacation sales and vacation cash out. Now, the vacation cash out is only going to be included if your final compensation period is at the end of your career. So that happens, that will be the case for most people, that your final compensation period is at the end of your career, because for most people, you're making the highest rate of pay at the end of your career, but not everyone. Some of you may have made a higher rate of pay during an earlier time, and maybe you took a different position that paid a little bit of less at the end of your career. That's actually a fairly common thing to do. In your case, your final compensation period is going to be somewhere earlier in your career, in which case the vacation cash out is not going to be pertinent here. Just any vacation you sold during that earlier time in your career. There are some rare instances where you cashing out vacation will boost your salary enough where then your final compensation period would become the end of your career, even though you're making a lower rate of pay. But it would have to be where that extra money like overcomes the fact that you're making a lower rate of pay. So that mostly does not happen. Okay, so I'll just, because we are the majority of people, the final compensation period is at the end of your career. I'll just keep using that as an example. But for those of you who it's not going to be, just remember that the vacation cash out probably won't be included for you. Okay. So we're going to look at your total vacation compensation that occurred during your final compensation period. The idea here is that if you are compensated for your vacation, that your earned vacation that you're not going to take either through vacation sales or vacation cash out, or combination of those. If you're compensated for that vacation during that final compensation period, that means you made more money during your final compensation period. Your total salary during that time was a little bit higher. That also means that when we go to calculate your average salary during that period, your average salary was a little bit higher. Because the highest average monthly salary is one of the 3 multipliers in the retirement formula, one of those 3 factors that we're multiplying together, that means that when we calculate that, your retirement allowance will grow a little bit higher because you were compensated for the vacation. So the bottom line here is that selling vacation or cashing out vacation during that final compensation period will increase your retirement allowance. How much will it increase it by? It will increase it by approximately one of these percentage points based on how many weeks of vacation you are able to get included as salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement allowance. So for example, if a Sarah was allowed to include, or let's say that you had 6 weeks of vacation compensation that a Sarah can include as salary in your highest average salary calculation, that would make your retirement allowance go up by 3.8%, almost 4%. And that happens immediately at the time of retirement. And that means you have a higher retirement allowance throughout the rest of your life while you're collecting your retirement allowance. So you get a boost to your retirement allowance immediately starting at retirement and for the rest of your life. So you can see, based on these different percentage boosts to your retirement allowance, why this is such a compelling discussion for a lot of people. Because by getting compensated for your vacation by selling it or cashing it out, you get this little boost for the rest of your life. You can see that for tier 1, it's accelerated. The boost is accelerated, and that is because of the nature of that 1-year final compensation period. Okay. These are approximate percentages. It's not going to be exactly this, but all I'm showing you here is just to give you an idea why this might be a compelling topic for you. Now, there's a cap on how much a Sarah is allowed to include. In this sentence here, you're actually seeing the word must. Cap on vacation compensation a Sarah must include. And the must comes from the state law. So the reason that we are including some of this vacation pay in your salary calculation is because we must do it by law. And because we have to do it by law, I might as well explain to you the rules of how it works. There are some people who are not public employees who look in on this practice and they'll use terms like pension spiking. It's a very pejorative term for what is actually just a Sarah taking your pay that you've been paid and calculating your retirement according to the law. And so don't even sweat, any ideas that this is something that you shouldn't be doing. This is written in the law. This is how we do it. So don't worry about any of that. Okay. If you want to do this thing where you are paid for your vacation and it gives you a little boost to your retirement allowance, this is totally, part of the way the system works. So, but there are caps on how much of this vacation pay we are allowed to include. And that is also by law. So let me help you figure out what the cap is for you. Okay. And there's a question up on the board, and I will definitely answer that question as I go along here. Okay, So I'll help you figure out what the cap is for you and how much vacation compensation we're allowed to include as salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement. I'm going to talk to Alameda Health System employees first because the way that your cap is figured is slightly different than everyone else. And what you are seeing here is another screenshot of a piece of that worksheet, a piece of that retirement planning worksheet. Okay, so for you, Alameda Health System employees, what you're going to do, you need to know one number. You need to know how many hours of PTO you earn per pay period. PTO is paid time off. And so for Alameda Health System numbers, as you probably know, your sick leave and vacation leave is earned in one bucket called PTO. Your hours of pay time off that you earn per pay period, I believe, and I've checked into this, so I'm pretty sure that this is true. The number of hours is on your pay stub. So you go look at your pay stub and it'll say how many hours of PTO you earn per pay period. What you're going to do is you're going to take that number. You can put it in the worksheet or you can do this on a scratch piece of paper. You take that number and you're going to do a multiplication. If you're in tier 1, you multiply this hours of PTO earned per pay period by 13. Okay, in this example, this person earns 6.7692 hours of PTO per pay period. Multiplied by 13 is 88 hours. That's the limit. If you're in tier 2, you take that number and you multiply by 39. And in this example, it gets 264 hours. So that would be your limit for how many hours worth of vacation compensation we're allowed to include for the purposes of calculating your retirement. So this would be how many hours you would sell or cash out. And in most cases, all you need to do, especially from Alameda Health System employees, is cash it out. You just have that amount left over on the books when you stop working, and they'll cash you out for that. And you don't really have to worry about selling vacation. Now, there's an exception for some of you who work for Alameda Health System. If you're in the UAPD union, your cap, you don't have to do any multiplication. There's a flat amount that is the limit, the cap. And if you're in tier 1, it's 120 hours of PTO. If you're in tier 2, it's 360 hours of PTO. And so all you need to do is have that amount on the books when you stop working, and they'll cash you out for it at that point. And the fact that you get cashed out for that amount, we see that come over in your payroll records, and that tells us, oh, you got this vacation pay that is includable as salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement, and we'll just go ahead and do that for you automatically. Okay. So the only thing you need to know is how much to have on the books when you stop working, and they will then cash you out for that. Okay. So that's Alameda Health System employees. For everyone else, the county and the other employers that will allow this, you need to know two numbers. And so this is a separate part of the worksheet for you, the county and other employees. You need to know how much vacation you earn per year, and it's measured in weeks. You earn 2 weeks of vacation per year, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I've heard a few people earn 6 weeks per year of vacation leave. So you're going to need to know how much you earn per year. You're also going to need to know how much vacation you are allowed to sell per year. This is somewhere in your employer's rule book somewhere. How much vacation you're allowed to sell per year. You may be allowed to sell 2, you may be allowed to sell 3, 4, whatever it is. You need to know that number. Okay, so for tier 1 members, all you're going to do is plug those numbers into the first column, year 1. For tier 2 members, you're going to need to fill out all 3 columns. And what these 3 years are the 3 years of your final compensation period. So whatever your period of highest pay is going to be, the 3 years, you need to put in the number of weeks of vacation you earn in each one of those 3 years of your final compensation period. Now, your final compensation period, it's not the calendar year. It's not the fiscal year. It's going to be a individual customized 3-year period or 1-year period for tier 1 and tier 3 based on your high periods of highest pay, remember. So like I said, for the majority of you who are earning the highest rate of pay at the end of your career, your final compensation period will end at the end of your career. So if you look at the end of your career, and then you go back in time 3 years, if you're working full time, that is probably going to be your final compensation period. An easier way to figure out what your final compensation period is probably going to be is doing the benefit estimator out on our website, and I'll show you that. I'll show you some screenshots from that in a few minutes. There is actually now, we recently launched this. There are a couple of pages on the benefit estimate that will list out all of the pay periods that make up your final compensation period. And so you can see what that period is actually going to be. Okay. And so what you're doing on the worksheet is you're writing in how much vacation you're earning at the end of each of the 3 years of that final compensation period, and how much your employer will allow you to sell during each one of those years of your final compensation period. The reason that we're doing this is because sometimes the number changes over the 3 years. Like maybe you cross the threshold from, I think it's once you, with the county, you go from the 21-year mark where you've worked for 21 years, you stop earning 4 weeks of vacation and you start earning 5 weeks of vacation. So that might be why these numbers are different. The payable is, that could change over time if your bargaining group renegotiates and the payable number gets increased or reduced. Mostly the payable number stays exactly the same all 3 years. Okay. So that's a lot of detail about how to fill this out, but it's kind of important for figuring out what the limit is. Now, you'll notice some language here that says get your limit from the calculator. Well, there's a calculator on our website. I'll show you how to get there. Go out to our website. Actually, what you can do is just go to acera.org/vacation. So you just type it into your browser, acera.org/vacation. That is a shortcut to the vacation calculator. And this is on our page, how your pension is calculated. So it takes you right to this section on that page, understanding how vacation leave affects your retirement allowance. And you're going to pop open this first accordion here for Alameda County courts, the Alameda County, the courts, and the housing authority. And there's a calculator here. So first you pick which tier you're in, tier 1 or tier 2. I'm going to do a tier 2 example here. And then what you're going to do is put in how much vacation you earn in each one of those years and how much vacation you're allowed to sell. Basically, the numbers from the worksheet. So I earn 5 weeks of vacation that first year, and I'm going to sell 2. And it will give you a running total of what your limit of vacation compensation is for the calculation of your retirement allowance. So what I'm putting in here is I earn 5 weeks per year, and I'm allowed to sell 2 each one of the 3 years of my final compensation period. All this calculator is doing is very basic. It's comparing the 2 numbers for each year, and it's taking the lesser one and it's adding them all together. So the lesser of 5 and 2 is 2 in every case. So it's basically adding 2 plus 2 plus 2. So you don't really need to do the calculator if you know how the calculator works. But you can just let the calculator do it for you. So it's giving the limit of 6 weeks. So we know that the limit now is 6 weeks. So that means that for all of you people who work for the county, who work for the courts, and who work for the housing authority, who are in tiers 1 and tier 2, your limit of how much vacation compensation we are allowed to include as salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement allowance is 6 weeks worth of vacation compensation. So what you can do if you're trying to strategically maximize being compensated for your earned vacation in order to boost your retirement allowance is simply try to have that amount on the books when you stop working. 6 weeks worth. If you have 6 weeks on the books, when you stop working, your employer will cash you out for the 6 weeks worth. You don't have to worry about selling any. So you just don't worry about selling any. Just have the 6 weeks. They cash you out for it. When they pay you for that, we see that money come through on your payroll records, and our system will add the 6 weeks worth of compensation to your salary, and it will boost your retirement allowance automatically. Okay. Additionally, one thing I want to point out here is that you're not paying us for this boost. You're getting paid for the boost. This 6 weeks that they're cashing out for you is going into your bank account. It's the fact that you're getting paid for it that we see the numbers come through in your payroll records, and that is how we increase your salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement allowance. Okay. Now, this is going to be the case for most of you. Everyone who's in tier 1, you don't need to worry about selling a vacation. You just have your max on the books when you stop working and go into retirement. For most of you in tier 2, you don't need to worry about selling. You just cash out the max and just do it that way. There's going to be a few of you, and I'll tell you how to figure out who you are, where you're unable to cash out the maximum that we are allowed to include in the salary calculation for you. So here's an example, and it's going to be all tier 2 people. This person earns 4 weeks of vacation per year. They are allowed to sell 3 weeks of vacation per year if they so choose. So that they filled out the worksheet. They earned 4 each one of the 3 years of their final compensation period, and they were allowed to sell 3 weeks of vacation each one of those years of their final compensation period. Now, when they go to the calculator, they will find the calculator tells them that their limit of vacation compensation includable as salary for calculating their retirement is 9 weeks worth of vacation pay through a combination of vacation sell and vacation cash out. Now, your employer has this rule. They will not cash you out for more than 2 times your accrual rate of vacation. So if you have more than 2 times your accrual rate, whatever you're accruing at the time of your retirement and when you stop working, that's the max they'll cash you out for. So in this example, this person earns 4 weeks of vacation per year. 4 times 2 is 8. That means that if this person has more than 8 weeks worth of vacation on the books when they stop working and go into retirement, everything above 8 weeks, they're going to lose. It's going to disappear. They're not going to get paid for it from their employer. They're not going to get any salary credit for it. And for the purposes of calculating their retirement, they're going to get nothing. It's just going to disappear. It's just going to go poof. So this is the case where if you can't get up to your limit because of this 2 times your accrual rate maximum that this rule that your employer has, that is where you may want to actually strategically sell vacation ahead of retirement. And I think you can sell vacation if your employer will let you do it, the weeks or months leading up to retirement. As long as you're actively working and you sell the vacation, you can do it. So in this example, this person's trying to get up to 9. They can't get up to 9 by simply having vacation left over on the books when they stop working. So they are going to sell 1 week of vacation while they're still working. They're going to have 8 weeks of vacation left over on the books whenever they stop working. And they're going to get cashed out for that. And that's a total of 9 weeks of vacation pay that they're going to get cashed out for. Now, again, the 1 week when they sell it, that goes into your bank account. The 8 weeks that you cash out, that goes into your bank account. And we see this in your payroll records, and that's what gets you up to the 9. Okay, some people will ask at this point, now that I've told you selling a lot of vacation is not that important in most cases, people will ask, well, what if I already sold a bunch of vacation? Well, that's okay. Don't worry. Don't stress out about that. If you already sold a bunch of vacation, it's perfectly fine. So in this example, I'll give you what happens if I sold 5 weeks of vacation already during my final compensation period. Well, you have 2 options. Option number 1 is you can simply cash out the difference. So you sold 5 weeks during the final compensation period. And again, you can know this by doing the benefit estimator on our website, and I'll show you screenshots of that in a minute, and it'll show you how much vacation you've sold during that time. Okay, you sold 5 weeks during the final compensation period. And your limit is 9. So all you do is subtract 5 from 9 to get 4. You cash out the difference. So you have 4 weeks on the books whenever you stop working and or retire. So you already sold the 5. At retirement, they'll cash you out for the 4. That's 9 weeks worth of cash we'll see in your payroll records, and we'll put that in your salary and calculate your retirement allowance. That's option 1. cashing out the difference. Option number 2 is you could cash out more if you want, and it's perfectly okay. If you sold the 5 weeks, totally fine. You have 8 weeks cashed out. As long as you don't have more than 2 times your accrual rate, you're going to be fine. What is happening here in this example is this person got 5 weeks worth of vacation cash when they were still employed sometime during that 3-year final compensation period. Then they cashed out 8 weeks when they retired. That's a total of 13 weeks worth of cash that went into their bank account. Okay. Now, we're only allowed to use 9 weeks worth of that cash as salary for calculating your retirement, which is what we will do. Okay. So we're going to use up to your 9-week limit. And then that means that you got 13 weeks worth of cash in your bank account. So there's 4 extra weeks that you got money for, but is not going to be included for the purposes of calculating your retirement allowance. Okay, one other question people will ask, and I think somebody actually literally asked this in the questions. Yes, is it better to cash out a large amount at retirement or a smaller amount of vacation sellback during the final compensation period? Basically, the question is, which is better, vacation sell or vacation cash out? Vacation cash out is slightly better in most cases because you are probably getting paid at a higher rate at the end of your 3-year final compensation period. So you're getting a little more cash for that, but it's nominal. It's going to be like pennies. I would not sweat that. I would not sweat that at all. Maybe it's like $1. Okay. So I would just, if you're trying to maximize this, just work on maximizing this however you can through a combination of vacation sell and cash out. And if you're unable to maximize this, if you're, one of those people that is, you're like 3 weeks away from retirement, and you're just like, I'm retiring no matter what, don't even sweat that. You need to retire. So just retire whenever you need to. And however much vacation you have on the books, like even if it's less than your maximum, it'll be fine. It will help boost your retirement allowance. So don't sweat that at all. Okay, there's a couple more questions up here. Did you say that the weeks I'm allowed to sell can be found in my MOU? I don't think I said that. It's possible that it could be found in your MOU, or it could be just simply in your employer's handbook, like their rule book. It could be in one of your employer's policies written somewhere. It could be simply a policy that your payroll clerk manages. So usually the payroll clerks know how much vacation you're allowed to sell. So check with your payroll clerk. And then there's a question, if you have more than 6 weeks on the books, what happens to the remaining time? And I think that was probably referencing the earlier example. Okay, so good question. And I should address this as a normal practice. So in this example, this person, 2 times their accrual rate is 2 times 5 is 10. So this person would want to make sure that they don't have any more than 10 weeks of vacation on the books when they stop working and or retire, okay? Because their employer will only cash them out for a maximum of 10. Now their limit is going to be 6 weeks of how much vacation cash we are allowed to include in their salary for calculating their retirement. So let's say that they had 8 weeks on the books, something between 6 and 10. That's totally fine. They had cashed out 8 weeks. They will get all the cash for the 8 weeks. So all of that 8 weeks worth of vacation cash, that goes into your bank account. So they'll write you a check for that. You cash that check, you get all that money. Now that comes through in your payroll records. We see that happen. And then we will include 6 weeks worth of that cash for the purposes of calculating your retirement for the salary. So that's how that works. Any more questions on the salary part of the formula or the vacation compensation part of the formula? Feel free to go ahead and ask. And actually, I have a few more slides on this. No, actually, I do reference this again whenever we're talking about getting a benefit estimate. So I will return to this. Okay, before I move on, There's one question up on the board that I wanted to address. If you have filed reciprocity among multiple cooperating retirement systems, will your final highest average salary be calculated from your current position or the last salary that was calculated when you left the first agency you worked for? It's going to be calculated. Excuse me, I apologize. It's going to be calculated based on your highest salary under any of those systems that you have linked together. So if you're making more money here in the current job, and your current job is for one of Acera's employers, so if Acera is your current reciprocal agency, reciprocal pension system, then we'll do a highest average salary calculation. And whenever the other reciprocal system goes to do their retirement calculation, they're going to check with us to see what your highest salary was. And if it's higher here, then they're going to use the salary that's higher here. So all of the systems check with all the other reciprocal systems that are all linked together, and they find whatever your highest salary is, and then they all use that one to calculate your retirement at the individual systems. And then they'll do their individual retirement calculations, and then you'll get a check from each one of the different systems. Okay, so we're welcoming tier 3 and 4 members back. Thanks for bearing with us. One thing that I want to point out about your retirement allowance is some benefit limits on your retirement allowance. The first limit that I want to talk about is the highest average monthly salary limit. What this does is it says that your retirement allowance cannot be more than 100% of your highest average monthly salary. It's essentially trying to make it so that you cannot make more in retirement than you are making as an employed person. But that's mostly true. As we just learned, your highest average monthly salary could be a slight bit higher if you did have that vacation compensation. But for all intents and purposes, that is the case. It basically limits you to not making more money in retirement than you were making as a working person. The next two limits are these IRS limits. They're for people that have super high salaries. I'm gonna let you all read that stuff on your own. There's more details at acera.org/limits on those two. But there is some salary caps for those higher salaries. Tier 4 members, the last limit I want to talk about is there is this written into the Tier 4 law. There's this limit on how much salary Acera is allowed to include for the purposes of calculating your retirement. There's a cap on the annual amount of salary we're allowed to include. For general members, it's $146,042 for 2023. For safety members, it's $175,250. What this means is that if you make more money than that in a particular year, we have to limit the amount of annual money that we can include as salary for the purposes of calculating your retirement to these limits. Now, these limits get bigger and bigger every year, so every year they go up a little bit. The way this works for you as a working person, as an actively employed person, is that whenever you pass this limit during the year in terms of making more money than the limit, Acera will stop taking retirement contributions out of your check for the rest of the year. And so what that does is it's the kind of good news about that is that it gives you more money from your paycheck to save in your 457B plan or your personal savings for the rest of the year. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to get that retirement estimate. I'm going to show you two ways. I'm going to show you how to get a ballpark estimate, and this will kind of inform you about what percentage of your salary, your working salary, is going to be replaced by your retirement allowance. This is also known as income replacement. And this just gives you kind of like a quick way to estimate, maybe in your head, how much your retirement allowance is going to be. So what you're going to do is on the worksheet, you need to know two things. You think of a retirement scenario that's plausible for you, and you think, what age am I going to be in this scenario? Okay, in this example, I'm giving the age of 58. How many years of service credit will I have earned should I retire in this scenario that I'm thinking of? In this example, I'm doing 29 years of service credit. Okay, then you go out and use this chart, these charts that we have for you. If you go to acera.org/ballpark, that's the shortcut to get there. I can show you how to navigate there. From our website, from any page on our website, you are going to go into the members menu, and you go down to the third one, planning your future retirement income. And step one is 4 ways to get an Acera retirement estimate. We're actually doing option number 1 here, and you're going to click on the button for your tier, and that is going to open up a PDF. And the PDF has a chart of all of these income replacement percentages. So this one is the tier 2 general one. I'll zoom in here so you can see it a little bit better. In the example I was giving you, in my retirement scenario, I'm retiring at age 58 with 29 years of service credit. So I'm going to come down here to 29 years of service credit on the y-axis and go over to 58 years of age on the x-axis. And I see that those intersect at 50.03%. So that means that my retirement allowance in this scenario is going to be 50% of my working salary. Now, one feature of these charts that is interesting is if you want to see what happens if you work an additional year, you'll get a year older, you'll earn another year of service credit. You just go diagonal one down the chart. Another year of work would get me 54.5% of my working salary as my retirement allowance. Another year of work would get me 59.42%, and so on and so forth. But in this example, 29 years of service credit, 58 years of age, it's about 50% of the salary. So this person in this example would be achieving what we say as 50% income replacement. And you can go back to your worksheet and you can put that here. And a way to do this in your head would be to, or just on a calculator real quick, is to just take that percentage and multiply it by your current monthly salary. So that's why I say this is kind of a ballpark estimate. And in this case, if the salary was $6,000, half of it would be about $3,000. So that's, a very quick way to do it. Let me show you the precision way to get a retirement estimate. You use our online benefit estimate tool in your account on our website. And what you're doing now is the retirement scenario that you're thinking of, you're going to want to pick a couple of dates here. You're going to want to pick a separation date and a projected retirement date. If you're planning on going straight from active work into retirement, just pick 2 consecutive days because your separation date should be the day before your projected retirement date. Okay, now you're going to go out to our website, and I'm going to show you some screenshots of that process here. You go out to our website, you click the login button. Once you log in, and I didn't show you the login screen, you can do that on your own, but once you log in, the first screen that you're going to see is this account summary screen. You're going to click on estimate a benefit. This is going to bring you to the benefit estimator, and I'm going to zoom in here to show it to you a little bit better. So you put in your separation date and your projected retirement date from your plausible retirement scenario here. You click calculate. It will then give you a projection of your service credit that you will have earned should you retire using the dates in this scenario. It also projects your, gives you a projection of your average monthly salary. You hit get estimate. You can put in beneficiary information here, hit get estimate, and you end up with this, which is a PDF retirement benefit estimate from Acera. You can make as many of these as you want. And in fact, it's 4 pages long. There's more information on the other 3 pages. I'm just showing the top page. But the estimate that you're looking at is right here. So it's there's 5 options here, and it gives you an estimate for 4 of the options. Okay, now I want to show you another detail about this benefit estimator, which is this little box right here, the add hours of cash vacation compensation tool. If you want to, you can use this calculator, this benefit estimator, to find out what the impact of getting that cash vacation compensation would be on increasing your retirement allowance. If you want to. If you want a nice conservative estimate, you leave that blank and just hit get estimate. And then if you do get that vacation compensation, you'll find that when you go to retire, your retirement allowance will be, somewhat higher. But if you really, want to know what the effect of this is going to be ahead of time, you can go ahead and use this tool here, and I'll show you how to use it. One of the things that I want you to do with this is not overestimate. Or another way to say it is, I don't want you to overestimate. So if you're not a person who sells vacation ever, and you don't ever plan on selling vacation, you don't really have to worry about subtracting out any vacation that you've already sold. But if you are somebody who has sold vacation, you're going to want to go ahead and do this part of the retirement worksheet. This is how to calculate hours of cash vacation compensation for the online benefit estimator without overestimating. Okay, you see step 1. Step 1 is run an estimate and leave that hours of cash vacation compensation field blank. Okay. So let's say that we already did that. We ran this estimate. We left this blank. We ran the estimate. Okay. What we want to fill in on the worksheet is we want to start off here. For those of you who work for the county, the courts, and the housing authority, we need to convert your limit that we established earlier from weeks into hours. So we're going to multiply that by your weekly work hours. In this example, this person's limit from the worksheet was 6 hours. And let me just go back to the worksheet real fast and show that to you again. All you're going to do is transfer that number over. Sorry, I should have kept the worksheet open. Oops. All you're going to do is you're going to take this number here, limit from calculator, you move it over here, limit from calculator. It's the same number. Okay. Then you're going to put in your weekly work hours. This person works 40 hours a week. You multiply them together. That gives you your limit in hours. So your limit of vacation compensation that is includable as salary for calculating your retirement is 240 hours. Now, for AHS people, we already knew your limit in hours. So you just take your limit from the other spot on the sheet and you put it right in here. Now, what I'm going to have you do is subtract out any hours of vacation you sold during what's going to probably become your final compensation period. So you go back to your retirement benefit estimate, the one that you already ran and left the field blank, and you're going to look at pages 3 and 4. So we just added this to the retirement benefit estimates, I think in November. It's past November. But it shows you a table of all of the different pay periods that make up what it is estimating to be your final compensation period. It shows you what your salary was. So it shows you the date range. It shows you your salary. And then over here in this column, it shows you any sold vacation hours. Okay. So you're going to take any hours that you see in the sold vacation hours, and you're going to add those up, and you're going to put those right here, hours of vacation sold, and you're going to subtract them out from your limit. That way, you're not overestimating. And that is because when you go to do the benefit estimator, if you've already sold hours during that date range, that is already being accounted for in your salary estimate here. So if you were to put your full limit in hours here, you would be overestimating. Okay, so now this is where you put that 200. For those of you who didn't sell any vacation during that time, you just put your full limit in hours. So you could put the 240 in here if you want to see the impact of the maximum. And again, you hit get estimate. And so just to zoom in here, what you're looking at, your estimate is these four numbers for each one of the options, the unmodified option and options 1 through 3. For right now, you could just look at the unmodified option if you want to put that into the worksheet as the precision estimate. I will help you choose your one out of the 5 options a little bit later. But for now, you could just put that number in here in the worksheet if you want. Or you could just print out, you could just print this out and staple it to the worksheet. Or you could just save this PDF saves automatically on your device, and you just save the electronic worksheet and this estimate in the same folder, and you just keep them together. So those are just some ways to keep track of what your estimates were from today. Okay, I showed you 2 ways to get an estimate yourself. The third way is you can have us do it for you. You can submit a retirement estimate request to us. These take some time to get back because there's a queue for it, and you're going to get an estimate in the US mail. So that takes time as well. So this could take some days or weeks to get back. But one thing that I want to mention is that when our staff does that retirement estimate for you, they're using the same software as the benefit estimator online. So you're going to get the same result. So, I mean, my recommendation is if you have the ability to do it, you could just do it yourself. And it takes 3 minutes, as you could see. Okay, there's a question. How do I include service credit from reciprocal agencies in the estimator? You do not do that. You do not want to do that. And that is because ACERA is not going to use service credit from reciprocal agencies when we go to calculate your retirement. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to, let's say that you have 2 agencies. Let's say it's Contra Costa County and ACERA. So CC-CERA and ACERA, and you have reciprocity. When you go to retire, we're both going to do a calculation. Let's say you worked over there for 5 years and you came over here and worked for 15 years at ACERA. Okay. What we're going to do when you go to retire, we're both going to do a calculation. At ACERA, we're going to multiply your 15 years of service credit here by your age factor percentage here, by your highest salary from any of the systems. If your last work is for ACERA, then it's probably ACERA's salary. So we do that multiplication. We find out what your retirement allowance is. We mail you a check from ACERA. I mean, really, it's direct deposit, but it'll go into your bank account from ACERA. Separately, Contra Costa County would do a calculation over there. They're going to multiply your age factor percentage over there from whatever tier you're in. They're going to multiply your 5 years of service credit over there. Then when they get to the salary component, they'll use the highest salary from any of the systems. They do their calculation. They send you, a check or direct deposit from their system. So what you would want to do is go to your reciprocal agency's website, log into their portal, see if they have a benefit estimator, and use their benefit estimator to calculate how much they're going to pay you directly from that system. And if they don't have an estimator like that, then you would want to make a request from them to get an estimate. So thank you for that question. It's definitely an important question. Next question. Can you show how to get to the page with the vacation estimate grid to see the vacation time that I use? Are you talking about the screenshot that I just showed of the benefit estimator? This one? Okay, this is in your retirement benefit estimate when you run it. So what you're going to do is go to the website, log in. Let me show you it from the beginning. Go to acera.org, log into your account on our website by pressing the login button. Once you get in there, you click estimate a benefit, then you run the benefit estimator, and you will end up with this retirement benefit estimate. And what that grid was page 3 and 4 of this retirement benefit estimate PDF. So once you run it, you'll get that grid. Okay, so let's talk about verifying your retirement eligibility. Next item on the checklist. We're talking about this milestone on the pension milestone chart here. This is when you first are eligible to retire. This is the first day that you could physically retire. So I'll show you the slide for tiers 1, 2, and 3 first, and I'll show you the slide for tier 4 next. So you can become eligible to retire if you, through 3 different combinations of age and service credit, okay? You have 3 different options here. Option number 1 is, and this is tiers 1, 2, and 3, you're at least age 50, you have at least 5 years of service credit, and you have at least 10 years of membership. Now, if you're in tier 2 ended over 10 years ago now. So it's probably unlikely that you have, if you have at least 10 years of membership, that you have less than 10 years of service credit. But if that's or less than 5 years of service credit, I mean, pretty unlikely. But if that is the case, you just need to make sure that you have at least 5 years of service credit, and then you're good and be over age 50. So yeah, for most of you, you probably just want to think of it, if you've already been working since, you already have 10 years of service credit, you just think of it as having more than 10 years of service credit and over age 50, because you already have the 10 years of membership. And that's because you entered ACERA before January 1st, 2013, which was over 10 years ago. Okay, now option 2, you can be a general member and retire with 30 years of service credit, or a safety member and retire with 20 years of service credit and retire at any age, even if it's younger than age 50. Or option 3, you can retire with any amount of service credit at age 70, even if it's less than 5 years, the 5 years that you need for age 50. So at age 70, if you had 4 years, 4.5 years, you could retire and draw a lifetime pension based on the 4 years of service credit that you have. Okay, here are the options for tier 4. As a tier 4 member, option 1, you need to have at least 52, you need to be at least 52 years of age as a general member, and you need to be at least age 50 as a safety member, and you can retire with a minimum of 5 years of service credit. So as long as you have at least 5 years and you're over age 52 for general or 50 for safety, you can retire. Option number 2 is that if you have any amount of service credit, even if it's less than 5 years, you can retire at age 70. So once you meet those combinations, you're eligible to retire, and you can go ahead and start making plans for that if you're ready. So back to the worksheet, if you want to record your retirement eligibility date in the career timeline, you can. If you already know that you're well eligible to retire, that date passed years ago or whatever, you don't even need to worry about figuring out what the date was. Just know that you're eligible. Okay, so next topic. Let me help you actually choose your retirement date. So it's this date on the pension timeline. There are 6 things that you're going to want to think about when you're choosing your retirement date, and we'll go through each one of these. Okay, I'll just touch on this briefly. This is purely optional, but it's probably a good thing to think about before you actually pull the trigger and retire is, will you have enough income to retire? So there's a pretty good, pretty easy way to figure that out, is to get that ACERA retirement estimate. Also, I recommend, if you have been paying into the Social Security system, if you have at least 10 years paid into the Social Security system, what they call 40 quarters, you will get to collect Social Security when you become eligible. So this is a good time to go ahead and get an estimate from Social Security. And you can do that on their website. They have an estimator similar to ours, where you log in your own individual account and they'll give you an estimate. So it's ssa.gov/estimator. It's also a good time to contact, if you have a 457B account, contact the Deferred Compensation Program or log into your account over there, see how much money you have in deferred compensation, and just get an understanding of what the minimum required distributions you will have to take. Gene Hilliard, when he comes on later at 12:15, is going to talk all about that. And just like get a sense of how much money is in there and how much you can expect to, withdraw and live on from deferred compensation. And so you can kind of get a sense of what your income will be from all of these things combined, or any additional investments that you have. This is kind of extra credit if you want to. You could calculate your post-retirement expenses and then compare the two, your income versus expenses. Or a kind of shorthand way to do this, if you don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of calculating expenses, is what financial planners will say is that you will need 70 to 80% income replacement in order to maintain your standard of living. So whatever you were making before retirement as your salary, you'll need 70 to 80% of that as your income in retirement to maintain your standard of living. If you're already ready to retire and you're not going to quite hit 70 to 80%, it might be, a good time to do some thinking about what that means. Maybe like reduce expenses somehow. It's kind of up to you. It's all part of the, planning process of leading up to retirement. But if you do put together your retirement estimate and your Social Security estimate, you can kind of gauge whether you're achieving 70 to 80% income replacement, and putting the deferred comp in there. There's actually an expanded article about this topic. If you're interested in this, let me go out to our website. If you go under members and you go to preparing to retire, this is the page that has a lot of the steps we want you to, and information we want you to go through right before you retire. There is let's see. It's the fourth option. So it's the second option down in the left-hand column if you're on a computer. Estimate your retirement income. And this takes you step by step through getting those estimates. It has links out to Sarah's calculator, the Social Security calculator. There's some worksheets in here that you can do if you want. And so that's our article to kind of help you through that process out on the web. Okay, that's the first thing to think about. Second thing that you may want to think about, this may apply to some of you, may apply to a lot of you, are those age factor percentage dates. So remember, way back at the beginning of the presentation, I was telling you about the age factor percentage increases. The older you are when you retire, the higher the age factor percentage is going to be for you that we calculate in the retirement formula. And it's based on your birthday. So to give you an example, if your birthday is January 15th, 1 quarter after your birthday is April 15th. You just add 3 months. 2 quarters after your birthday is July 15th. 3 quarters after your birthday is October 15th. Okay. Now, just to further the example, let's say that you are a person who has not yet reached the maximum age factor percentage for your tier. What I mean by that is that if you recall from the age factor percentage chart, there is a maximum age factor percentage for your tier. And if you are younger than that age that you would get that maximum age factor percentage, every quarter year you get older and don't retire, you go up 1 notch in that age factor percentage chart and you get a slightly higher age factor percentage. And in fact, that increase in age factor percentage could mean an increase in your retirement allowance anywhere from 1% to almost 2%. So it could be a significant increase by passing those dates in terms of the increase in your retirement allowance. So if you're a person who is younger than the maximum age for your tier, where you get the maximum age factor percentage, and let's say that your birthday is January 15th and you're thinking about retiring on July 14th, don't do that, right? Because if you just wait 1 day and retire on July 15th, you get a higher age factor percentage. The same is true with all of these. You retire on or after that day, past that day, and your retirement allowance goes up anywhere from 1% to 2%, almost 2%. It's not quite 2%. The distances between the age factor percentages vary between tier and actually between the ages. So what I'm trying to tell you is if your age factor percentages are still increasing, just be cognizant of these dates. Don't retire right before one. What I'm not telling you is that you have to retire on this day or right after. If you're going to retire like halfway between one of these two dates, just because you're ready to go, I wouldn't sweat it. Just retire when you need to retire. All I'm trying to do is say, like, if your age factor percentage increase is coming up in like 3 days or 5 days, maybe wait and retire on or after that day, and you'll get that nice little boost to your retirement allowance. Okay, number 3 thing that you may want to think about that a lot of people who are retiring in the spring consider is the cost of living adjustment date of April 1st. So just to give you some details about the cost of living adjustment, what it is and how it works. The cost of living adjustment is an annual increase to your retirement allowance. It's a percentage increase. So that means that your retirement allowance will go up by like 2%, for example, on April 1st. April 1st is the date that all members who are in retired status get the cost of living adjustment for that year. And if you recall way back to the beginning of the presentation, when I showed you the list of vested benefits, the cost of living adjustment was one of the guaranteed benefits. It's a guaranteed annual increase. The percentage increase is calculated based on inflation, and it's inflation in the San Francisco Bay Area. And the inflation number we use is the CPI, the Consumer Price Index for the Bay Area. Whatever percentage prices go up from December to December in the Bay Area in 1 year, when April 1st comes around, the following April 1st, that's the percentage we use as the cost of living adjustment, is the amount of inflation. Except there's a maximum cost of living increase we can give you by law. For tiers 1 and 3, the maximum annual increase is 3%. For tiers 2 and 4, the maximum annual increase is 2%. Okay. Well, what happens if inflation is higher than that? What if it's like 5%? Well, we can only give you the 2 or 3% that year, but we will save those percentage points in your COLA bank for future years when inflation maybe is less than the maximum 2 or 3%. We'll give you whatever the inflation number is that year, plus we'll add to it percentage points from your COLA bank to try to get you up to the 2 or 3%. And what that means, and we do all this for you automatically, you don't have to think about it. What it means is that if you've already been retired for a few years, you tend to get the maximum annual increase of 2 or 3% because people tend to bank percentages over a few years' time. But the reason that we're talking about this is because it is in the context of choosing your retirement date. That's the reason why I put it here. And it's because of this April 1st date. What happens is people are ready to retire in the spring and they're thinking, okay, let's see. As of early February, I know what the cost of living increase is because they posted it out on NESARA's website, as they do every year. And I can see that for this year, let's say the cost of living increase is 3%. So that means everyone's going to get the maximum. Tiers 1 and 3 are getting 3. Tiers 2 and 4 would get 2. I could retire in March or even as late as April 1st, and I would get an immediate increase of that percentage to my retirement allowance. Or if I retire on April 2nd, or after, I don't get the increase. I actually make less money by retiring on April 2nd. What should I do? Well, obviously, that's why a lot of people retire in March, because it is true. If you retire right after that April 1st date, it's likely that you will make less money than you would have had you retired on or slightly before April 1st. That's why March is our biggest retirement month. But from other points in the year, it doesn't, there's nothing that's magic about April 1st. If you retire in January, when April 1st comes around, you get the cost of living increase for that year. If you retire in September, when April 1st comes around, you get the cost of living increase. If you were even retired in July, you'd have to wait a while, but when April 1st comes around, you get the cost of living increase. So it's really only something that you want to think about if you're already retiring in the spring, is to retire on or before April 1st. To get that cost of living increase. And there is a question up on the board. Do I get the annual Cost of living increase if I move out of state? Absolutely. It's a vested benefit. You get the increase. We just do one calculation for the inflation because it would be way too complicated to, do it for every area. So it's always going to be based on CPI for the Bay Area. But I mean, the CPI everywhere kind of, everywhere in the US kind of is similar and follows each other anyway. So, okay, that's the cost of living adjustment. Now, okay, interesting question that just popped up. Because that's exactly what I'm going to talk about next. So there's somebody here that has a birth date conflict, and what happens if there's a conflict between the age factor percentage and the cost of living adjustment? Which one do you choose? Which retirement date do you choose? Okay, so I'm going to use the example of, actually, I'm going to use, forget about this January 15th example. I'm going to use January 2nd. What happens if your birth date is January 2nd? And in this example, this person is a general member, age 54. And I do that to just say that, again, in this example, this person is younger than the maximum age factor for their tier, so their age factors are continuing to increase. What happens, and they're going to retire in the spring. Okay, so they're going to retire, and we're going to just say April 2nd, just because of this question up on the board. April 2nd. Should they retire on April 2nd? If they do that, they would get the age factor increase, but they miss the cost of living adjustment by 1 day. Or should they retire on April 1st and get the age factor increase, but they're going to miss the age factor increase that they would get if they waited 1 day and retired on April 2nd, but they would get the cost of living adjustment. Well, which one do they go with? Well, I can't answer that for you right now because it's May, but I could answer that for you after February, because in the early February, we post what the cost of living increase is going to be out on our website. And usually, often it's the maximum, because inflation in the US tends to be about 3% a year. So if the cost of living adjustment is the maximum, you would probably want to go with the cost of living adjustment, because you would get a 2% increase in tiers 2 and 4, or a 3% increase in tiers 1 and 3. And that would beat the 1% plus increase that you would get. I said it's like 1% to maybe like 1.9% it could be. And so in that case, the 2% would probably beat it slightly, but it would still beat it. Okay. So then you would want to go with the cost of living increase and just not even worry about that upcoming age factor increase, because you would make more money retiring on April 1st. So that's the answer to that. Okay, now another thing that I forgot to point out when I was talking about the age factor percentages, if you're already the maximum age factor for your tier, so tier 1 was 60, general 62, tier 2 general is 65, tier 3 general is 55, tier 4 general is 67. Safety tiers 1 and 2B are age 50. I don't remember the other 3 safety ones, but it's on our tiers page if you go to sarah.org/tier. Anyway, if you're already that old for your tier, you already reached the maximum age, then you don't even worry about the age factor percentages. You already got the maximum. So retire any day you want. But just if you're going to retire in the springtime, just think about that April 1st day. And that could, and whether you want to get the COLA for that year or not. Okay, so the question is, why are tiers 3 and 4 a higher percentage than tier 2? Well, tier 3 is a tier that was negotiated by a Livermore Area Recreation and Parks District, that employer, because they specifically wanted to offer a higher tier to their employees that was higher than tier 2. So they negotiated for that. Or I don't actually know what the history of the negotiation was, but that's kind of the result. And tier 4 is kind of a compromise because yes, the 2.5% is a little bit higher than the 2.43% you could get at tier 2, but you got to wait 2 more years. You can only get that at 67 versus the 2.43% at 65. So in tier 2, you can max it out 2 years earlier. And that is just, the percentages were decided by state legislators whenever they wrote the laws that govern the pension system. And so that's kind of the real answer. Okay, now, next thing you want to think of when choosing your retirement date. Oh, you're welcome. Next thing you want to think of when choosing your retirement date is, if you are interested in ACERA doing that automatic conversion of your sick leave to service credit that I talked about in the beginning of the presentation, you're going to want to make sure that you are going straight from active work into retirement. Now, if you're not interested in that, or that's just not going to fit your plan or what's, going on in your life, and you need to stop working and defer your retirement to a later date, that's perfectly fine. Don't even sweat it. It's just, if you do that and you become a deferred member, you do lose all your sick leave. That's kind of the downside of that. And like I was saying earlier, it could result in like a, quarter of a year of increase in service credit. So I don't know why they wrote the rules like that, but that's just how they did it. But if you are trying to have ACERA convert your sick leave to service credit, you're going to want to go straight from active work into retirement, and in which case, you're going to want to retire the day after your last day of work. So you're looking at a calendar here, and I'm illustrating that in this person's case, their last day of work is on a Friday. This is sometimes called your last day on active employment, or your last day on payroll, or your last day on active pay status. These are all the same concept. This day, on this example, the 24th of the month, would be the day that you write on your letter of resignation to your employer. This is my last day of work, the 24th of whatever month it is. Then your retirement date should be the next day after that on the calendar. This is the day that you write on your retirement application to ACERA. So you write your last day of work on your letter of resignation, and the next day, your retirement date should be the day that you write as your retirement date on your retirement application. And that means that you're going straight from active work to employment. And it's okay if you're on leave on your last day on payroll. You can be on like a floating holiday or vacation leave or whatever, as long as your employer is okay with whatever the leave is and it's approved leave, sick leave or whatever. But that's just your last day on payroll. That's your resignation date. So that's how you make sure that we're able to do the sick leave conversion for you. Because if there's any gap in those days, that means you spend a day or whatever as a deferred member, and then you lose all the sick leave. Okay. And it's not really a hard thing to do. You just make sure that you write down the right dates on your letter of resignation and your retirement application, and that they're consecutive calendar dates. And they could be any day of the week. Your last day on payroll could be like a Tuesday, and your retirement date could be a Wednesday. Now, what you are going to want to do is make sure that you're retiring after a day that you are scheduled to work. Okay. And so you should retire on a day where you're scheduled to work the day before. And the day that you were scheduled to, that last day on payroll, should not be a holiday. Should not be one of the county's holidays or your employer's holidays. Okay. I can't remember why that is. It just messes things up somehow. So here's an example. If you regularly work Monday through Friday, that's your regular schedule, your first day of retirement should not be on Sunday or Monday, right? Because on Sunday or Monday, you were not on the schedule to work the day before. And that's going to create a gap between your last day on payroll and your retirement date, and then you're going to lose your sick leave. Okay. So some of you may not have regular schedules. Many of you, especially if you work in law enforcement or you work in healthcare, you might have a not Monday through Friday schedule, and that's perfectly okay. And maybe you don't even have a regular schedule. Maybe you don't know what your schedule is going to be 6 months from now. In your case, you might want to pick like a retirement week. And then when it gets closer to the time and you see what the schedule is going to be, then you can actually submit your retirement application with the correct day on it. So that you're making sure that your retirement date is a day before you are scheduled to work. Okay, I see a couple of questions up on the board. Okay, I'm going to save the healthcare question for when we talk about healthcare in a few minutes. My birthday is on basically the end of January, and I'm going to retire in October, last payday of the month. Will I get both? And if you're referring to the earlier conversation about the age factor percentage increase and the cost of living adjustment, so what happens if you retire in October is when April 1st comes around, you'll get the cost of living adjustment on that upcoming April 1st. So yes, everyone who's in retired status on April 1st gets the cost of living adjustment for that year and every year for the rest of their retirement. Now for the age factor percentage, if your birthday, it sounds like it's at the end of January, then you would want to retire because October is like 9 months around. You would want to retire after your birth date in October to hit that next age factor percentage. So after that same date in October, you would want to go ahead and retire after that date, or even November 1st, something like that, just to make sure you get past that age factor percentage date. Okay, so back to the worksheet. If you're filling it out, you can now, if you want to, go ahead and put in your projected retirement date, and you could subtract 1 day and put in your separation date as your last day in active pay status, if you happen to have narrowed in on it by now in the presentation. Okay, let me talk about the retirement application process at this point. So this is the next item on the checklist. So there's another question up on the board. So your birthday sounds like it's late February. Can you retire after that and get the cost of living adjustment, or wait until March 31st to retire on 4/1? Okay, so it sounds like your age factor percentage is going to go up in late February, right? So yeah, you could retire anytime after that in late February to April 1st. It's entirely up to you. You would get age factor percentage increase for your birthday in late February. You would also get the cost of living adjustment on April 1st. And that would be totally fine. So it's totally up to you when in that period you want to retire. There, between late February and April 1st, you would earn, a little more service credit. So in the service credit column of you earning credit toward retirement, you would earn like another month of service credit. So that could increase your retirement a little bit, but it's all entirely up to you whether you're, satisfied with what your retirement allowance is at the time that it comes time to retire. Okay, so applying to retire, what does this process look like? Let me take you through this step by step. Step number 1 is we want you to go through the preparing to retire section on our website. I already showed it to you once. I'll go back there again, show it to you again. All you need to do is from our homepage or from any page, you go under members and you go down to preparing to retire. There's also a shortcut down here in this berry colored section, preparing to retire. Both go to the same place. Now you'll see a number of posts on here. What is there, like 9, 10, 11 posts? These are the things that the information that we want you to understand and the things that we want you to do in chronological order leading up to retirement. Now, this may seem like homework, but you've done a bunch of this stuff already. You're in the pre-retirement webinar. We already talked about verifying your retirement eligibility. You already know that. So you got that, check. How vacation pay affects your pension. We already talked about that, check. You already know that. So you already got 2 done. Attending a pre-retirement seminar. Well, you're doing it right now, check. So you got 3 done. There's a few other things in here that we want you to go through, and then you'll see that the last 2 steps we'll talk about back on the presentation. Okay, so that's step 1. Go through that section. Step number 2 is set up a ready to retire counseling session. There's a form on our website that I'll show you in just a minute that we want you to submit 3 to 6 months before your retirement date, if possible. But if it's less time than that, like maybe you only submit it, 2 or 3 months ahead of time, it's totally fine. Just go ahead and submit it. But the earliest that we would like you to submit it is 3 to 6 months before your retirement date. And you can either go to acera.org/counseling, or I'll just flip back over to the website on that preparing to retire page. It's the second to last post here. So all you do is you go to this page, you fill out the form, answer some questions, click submit, and we will receive that. We will process your request, and then we will contact you. And when we contact you, we will set up that ready to retire counseling session for some time within the 3-month period before your retirement date. So we'll put that on the calendar for you. And we're offering those, I think 99% of them these days we're doing over Zoom. So you can do it over video, but you can also do it over phone. And we're having a few people like to come in person. Otherwise all the forms are in DocuSign. So you can do all that stuff remotely, and you can do it over Zoom, and you don't have to deal with the parking situation around the Acera's building. Okay, that's the ready to retire counseling session. Now, step number 3 is to submit a retirement application. You submit your retirement application within the 90 days before your retirement date, that 3-month period before your retirement date. And to do that, you visit our retirement application page on our website, acera.org/retire. And there's step-by-step instructions on submitting the application. I'll go back to the preparing to retire page and show you that page as well. So you can see that it's the very last step on the preparing to retire page. And you click on there, and there's some sub-steps in here. Some of the stuff you've already did is just trying to make sure that you've already attended the pre-retirement webinar and done the counseling session. Then it takes you in detail through the 5 retirement options, which I'm about to take you through in detail, so you probably don't need to read much on that. And then there's the digital electronic retirement packet that has a bunch of the forms, the DocuSign forms in it, that you will fill out, including the retirement application. So on the retirement application, you are telling us when you're going to retire. So you're writing your retirement date on there. You're also selecting one of those 5 retirement options, and then you hit submit on the DocuSign application. It goes to Acera. We process it. We put your retirement date in the system. Once that date passes, you're retired. It's going to be amazing. You have been working so hard to get here. You have earned it. It's going to be freaking phenomenal. You're going to love it. So I'm really excited for you. So then once that date passes, you're retired. Now, occasionally people will submit their retirement application, then change their mind before the retirement date passes. That's totally fine. All you do is you write us a quick letter and sign it and tell us that you want us to move your retirement date or take your retirement application out of the system. And that's totally fine. If you do that before your retirement date passes. Okay, so let me see. I have a couple of questions up here. One new question. My birthday is in late November. Is it better to retire in February or May? So let's see. You got, November, December, January, February. So late February would be 1 quarter. And then May February, March, April, May would be the 2 quarters. Got it. Okay. You're going to have to, since May, so May is kind of iffy. We don't know because there's some date after April 1st where, like, directly after April 1st, yes, especially the weeks right after April 1st, you would have made more money had you retired on April 1st because of the cost of living increase. But then you're earning more service credit and you start passing those age factor percentage dates. And then there's some date sometime soon after April 1st, it may be in May or June, where then you do start making more money than if you had retired on April 1st. So what I suggest doing is going into the benefit estimator on our website and running 2 estimates. One is for retiring whenever, after your February 1 quarter birth date, but before the April 1st date, whatever date makes sense for you in there. Okay. That's estimate number 1. Take estimate number 1 and increase it by the cost of living adjustment. So you got to do some math. Okay. And if you're in tier 1 or 3, you multiply it by 1.03 to increase it by 3%. If you're in tier 2 or 4, you multiply it by 1.02 to increase it by 2%. And then you write that down. So now you know what your retirement allowance is with the cost of living adjustment, if it's the maximum. Not necessarily going to be the maximum, but if it's the maximum. Then you run a second estimate for retiring after your next age factor percentage date in May. And then you compare the two and you see which one is greater. And then you can go with that one. That's what I would suggest. And pretty much anyone, and this is good advice for anyone who is trying to, compare between two different dates, when's better to retire. Just run the estimator on both dates and it will really give you a precision estimate for those. And then just to be clear, it's not going to add the COLA in there though. So for any estimate that you're running where you want to see the increase is for the COLA, you're going to have to do that on your own. You're going to do that math on your own. That's what I suggest. Okay, so back to the worksheet. If you're doing the worksheet, now that you know what date you need to submit the ready to retire counseling form is, you can just take your projected retirement date, subtract 6 months, and write that date in there. You can expect your first retirement check within 4 to 6 weeks after your last employer paycheck. In 99% of cases these days, your first retirement payment will be a 100% payment, meaning that whatever we have calculated your retirement to be, that's what you're going to receive in your first check. There are a few cases where we have missing documentation or there's divorce orders pending or whatever, that we can't do the 100% payment right off the bat. So we give you 80% payments until we resolve the issues. And then we also give you retro payments later to make up for having paid you less than the 100% payments. So you'll get all your money. But like I said, in 99% of cases these days, we revamped our process and most people get their 100% payment right off the bat. Okay, now, at this point in the presentation, this is where I show you the 5 retirement allowance options. You're going to need to make a choice when it comes to retire. You have one chance to make that choice, and that's at the time of retirement on your retirement application. That's not to say that if you make a choice in your retirement application and then a day later, as long as your retirement date hasn't passed, you change your mind, you could submit a new retirement application and change your option. But once you're retired, you cannot change your option. There is one scenario where you could change your option, and that's if you do the regular retirement first, and then at the same time you apply for disability retirement. Because disability retirement is such a lengthy process, it could take like a year for that to all go through. At the time, if you're awarded a disability retirement, then you could select a different option. But otherwise, your retirement option that you select at the time of retirement is going to be what it is for the rest of your life. Okay. So I'm going to show you these 5 retirement options. These are their names, the unmodified option and options 1 through 4. For each one of the options there, I'm going to show you one slide. There's going to be a wall of text on it. Sorry about that, but I'll walk you through it. For each slide, the top row is going to tell you about your retirement allowance as an ACERA retiree. The bottom rows are going to tell you about what your beneficiary could receive after your death. So your beneficiary, just to define that word, it means somebody who gets benefits. In the context of ACERA, your ACERA beneficiary is going to be the person you designate, person or persons, you designate to get your ACERA death benefits after your death. Okay, that's your ACERA beneficiary. So this first option, the unmodified option, the subtitle here is 60% to beneficiary. This is the option that the majority of ACERA retirees select because it pays the highest retirement allowance of any of the 5 options. That's why it says maximum here. Now, the subtitle is 60% to beneficiary because what it does is to a qualified beneficiary, it will pay 60% monthly continuance, which means that a continuance, that word just means a continuing payment. So when you retire, you're going to get your monthly retirement allowance on the last business day of the month. At some point in the future, after your death, if you have a continuance beneficiary, they would start receiving a monthly payment on the last business day of the month, a monthly continuing payment. And then that's why it's called a continuance. Now, if your beneficiary is a spouse, state registered domestic partner, or Alameda County domestic partner, they would receive a lifetime benefit, meaning that the continuance would continue until their death, every month on the last business day of the month until their death. As long as you have married them or registered the domestic partner with the state or with the county at least 1 year prior to your retirement. And what is the Alameda County domestic partner? That is, for Alameda County employees, you can submit an affidavit to the county saying that your partner is your domestic partner, and it's usually for healthcare purposes. Well, ACERA will also honor that as qualification for a qualified beneficiary for providing a continuance. Okay. So that's a lifetime benefit. Now, and the continuance is 60% of whatever you were receiving at the time of your death. So whatever your retirement allowance was, plus all the cost of living adjustments that you've gotten over the years, whatever your retirement allowance was at the time of your death, and that includes the cost of living adjustments, your beneficiary's continuance would be 60% of that amount for the rest of their life. Unless your beneficiary was a minor child or your minor children, then you can leave them a continuance, but it's not a lifetime benefit. It's only temporary, and it stops at age 18. When they reach age 18, it cuts off. Or it can continue until age 22 as long as they maintain enrollment as a full-time student in an accredited school, at which point it will cut off. Unless they marry or register a domestic partner with the state, and then it would cut off then. Okay. If you have multiple minor children and they are not twins, so they're not the same age, one's younger than the other, the cutoff point for the continuance would be when each one ages out. And that's how that works. And then there's one more line here, the service-connected disability. If you are awarded a service-connected disability retirement after going through the disability retirement process because you're permanently disabled and you can't perform your job duties, rather than it being a 60% continuance, it would be 100% continuance. And your spouse or state or domestic partner, you only have to have married them or registered them by the time of your retirement. Okay, now, when you're naming your, well, let me do the lump sum payment first, and then I'll answer your question that's up on the board. Okay, so If you don't have a continuance beneficiary to name, you can still choose the unmodified option. Many people do that because, again, it pays the maximum retirement allowance. And you can still name a beneficiary, but you cannot name a beneficiary for a continuance if you don't have a spouse, domestic partner, minor children, for example. But you could name someone else as your beneficiary for a lump sum payment. Now, when you die, you select the unmodified option, and then you die in the future and as a retiree, and they're your beneficiary. They would not get a continuance. What they would get is a one-time payment. It's called a one-time lump sum payment. And what they would receive is basically the balance of your contribution account with ACERA. So in your contribution account at this time would be all of your employee contributions plus all the interest. And these are the contributions that you paid in while you were still actively working, not while you're a retiree. You don't have to contribute as a retiree. So it's all your employee active retirement contributions plus all the interest that you've earned on that money, minus all of the retirement allowance payments we've already paid you while you were a living retiree. And one thing to note here is that if you were to die after the first 3 to 5 years of retirement, there would be nothing left in your contribution account because we would have already paid you out all of the money in your employee contribution account through those retirement allowance payments. So there would not be a lump sum left in there for a beneficiary. That's a little bit of the bad news. The good news is what the implication of that is. That means that anyone who selects the unmodified option, we will pay you through your retirement allowance all the money that you paid into ACERA throughout your entire career within the first 3 to 5 years of retirement. It's amazing. Because everything after the first 3 to 5 years, remember, it's a lifetime retirement allowance. You get it every month for the rest of your life. Everything after that first 3 to 5 years is almost like this amazing bonus that you get. Really what it is that you deferred some of your wages, you paid them into ACERA, we invested the money, we earned a lot on the money, and it's the investment earnings that pay for 3/4 of your lifetime retirement allowance. So it's not really a bonus. It's just because you have the good fortune of being a participant of ACERA and the defined benefit pension plan. So anyway, that's kind of my sidebar on the beauty of defined benefit plans. But back to death benefits. If in that case you did name a lump sum beneficiary, there are some other smaller payments that they would receive, such as the $1,000 lump sum death benefit, probably a partial month of your retirement allowance that we haven't paid you out yet since the last time we paid you. We refund of any prepaid health plan premiums that if you're enrolled in our health plans, there might be one other thing. So they would receive a little bit of money in a lump sum. Okay, now there's one more scenario I want to point out on the unmodified option. At the time of retirement, let's say you had a qualified continuance beneficiary that you named, and then you retire, and then your continuance beneficiary dies before you do. Well, you can name a beneficiary at that time in retirement, but not for a continuance, only for lump sum payments. The only opportunity you have to name a continuance beneficiary is at the time of retirement. So I think that goes to answer your question up on the board. You can name new beneficiaries in retirement, but only for lump sum payments. Another scenario is you are not married currently, but then in retirement, you get married. Well, the same thing happens. You can name your new spouse as your beneficiary, but only for lump sum payments, not for a continuance. Yes. And actually, somebody asked that exact question. Yes. So that is confirmed. Yes. There is a provision of the law that would allow for you to name a continuance beneficiary in retirement, but Alameda County has not adopted that provision of the law. And so that would be up to the Board of Supervisors to adopt. Okay, so that is the unmodified option. I think that's all I want to say about that. Let's move on to option number 1. Option number 1 is the only option that never pays a continuance to any beneficiary ever at any time. The only option that you have under option 1 to leave to a beneficiary is a lump sum payment, a one-time lump sum payment. Now, what this does, though, is this extends the time that there is a balance left in your contribution account from 3 to 5 years under the unmodified option, 10 to 12 years. So a lot of people will pick this when they were already considering the unmodified option, because option number 1 only pays a little bit less than the unmodified option. When you do your benefit estimate, I think you'll see that it could be like a few dollars, could be like $10, $15 less than the unmodified option to you as the retiree. And if you are trying to leave, the possibility of leaving a larger lump sum to a lump sum beneficiary, then option 1 might look good to you. There's a higher chance that they will have a payment to receive after you pass away. That's option 1. That's the reason that option 1 exists. Option number 2, okay. You can see that the subtitle is called 100% to beneficiary. Okay, so what this does, option number 2, is it does two main things. It increases the 60% continuance to 100%, meaning that whatever your retirement allowance was at the time of your death, your continuance beneficiary would receive 100% of that as their monthly continuance for the rest of their life. That's the first thing that option 2 does. The second thing is it lets you leave the continuance to anyone. Your continuance beneficiary can be anyone. It does not have to be spouse, state registered domestic partner, Alameda County domestic partner. Although if you're trying to leave the continuance to someone else and those people don't sign off on that, then that could cause some problems later, because their right to that continuance supersedes anyone else you name. But there's a process for them signing off on that if you were interested in that. Okay, so you can name anyone as a beneficiary and leave them 100% continuance. Now, this pays less than the unmodified option, and the amount less that it pays, the reduction from the unmodified option, is based on the life expectancy of your beneficiary. So if your beneficiary is significantly younger than you, they have a longer life expectancy, we expect to pay them more. We are going to calculate your retirement allowance from the start of your retirement to pay you less, to figure for your beneficiary's life expectancy. And then one more caveat here: if your continuance beneficiary dies before you do in retirement, we don't change your retirement allowance. In any case, whatever your retirement allowance, for any of the options, whatever your retirement allowance is calculated to be at the time of your retirement, that's what it's going to be for the rest of your life, but except for you're going to get cost of living increases, so it will go up. But beyond the cost of living increases, we don't recalculate it. Okay, so anything else I want to tell you about this one? Okay, one more caveat on option 2. If you're selecting someone as your continuance beneficiary who is not your spouse and who is more than 10 years younger than you, the IRS limits us being able to provide a full 100% continuance. And there's a whole calculation for this. There's actually a chart that the IRS provides for this. This is the page. Let me show you how to get here. You go under members, you go to preparing to retire. This is the retirement application page. You go down to applying to retire. Or you can just type in acera.org/retire. And then you come down here and you go under option 2. There's a link here to the IRS memo, and it has the table on it that shows you how to calculate the decrease for us paying less than 100%. Maybe it'll pay 95% or 80% or something. Your retirement counselor will let you know that ahead of time, though, if you're getting yourself into that situation. So I wouldn't sweat that too much. Okay, option number 3. Option number 3 is the exact same as option 2, with one difference. Instead of paying 100% to the beneficiary, it pays 50% continuance, lifetime continuance to the beneficiary. But all the other rules are the same. You can name anyone as a beneficiary, and the reduction from the unmodified option is based on the life expectancy of your beneficiary. Now, because option 3 is paying less to the beneficiary than option 2, this is going to pay you more. The retirement allowance is going to be more than option 2. It's still going to be less than the unmodified option, but it's more than option 2. Okay, option number 4. Option number 4 is very similar to options 2 and 3. But this gives you kind of a wide open set of options. You can specify a specific percentage or a dollar amount to one beneficiary or to multiple beneficiaries. The unmodified option in options 2 and 3 only lets you leave a continuance to one beneficiary. I mean, except for in the case of the unmodified option and the minor children. But otherwise, it's just to one beneficiary. Whereas option 4, you could name 2, 3, 4, 5 beneficiaries for a lifetime continuance. You could even name your minor children for a lifetime continuance under option 4, and you can't do that under the unmodified. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. You can't do that under the unmodified option. Okay, so let me give you some examples of what you could do here. You could leave a 10% continuance to a nephew. You could leave a 15% continuance to one best friend. You could leave 2 5% continuances, 5% each, to your 2 sisters. You could leave a 45% continuance to your spouse. So you choose the percentage, and you choose how many beneficiaries there are and what percentages they get, as long as all the percentages add up to no more than 100%. So that's what option 4 does for you. Okay, I see a couple of questions up here. One question: having a beneficiary doesn't lessen your monthly retirement at all while you're alive. Well, it does if you're asking for the unmodified option. Having a continuance beneficiary or a lump sum beneficiary. A lump sum beneficiary never, under any of the options, lowers your monthly retirement allowance. For the unmodified option, a continuance beneficiary does not lower your retirement allowance. For options 2, 3, and 4, having a continuance beneficiary does lower your monthly retirement allowance, but it's starting at the time of retirement. Now, if you're asking if we're ever going to lower your retirement allowance in retirement, no, never. And I see it was a comment from your manager. Sometimes the rules around ACERA are a little bit like a game of telephone, and somebody tells somebody one thing and that person tells somebody another thing, and then the rules get slightly askew. I mean, basically, whatever we're calculating your retirement to be under options 2, 3, and 4 at the time of retirement, that's what it's going to be for the rest of your life. And yes, we are reducing your retirement allowance at the time of retirement, figuring that we're going to have to pay a beneficiary a continuance eventually. But we tell you all that up front. Like, when you go to choose your retirement allowance, you're going to choose your option. We're going to show you the dollar amounts for each option. Okay. And in fact, ahead of time, when you do, the reduction is going to be based on the life expectancy of your beneficiary, but you can figure this out. Let me show you how to figure this out ahead of time on the benefit estimator. Okay. So you log into your account on our website, you go to the benefit estimator, and I already showed you the screenshot. You fill in your retirement scenario with your separation date, projected retirement date, hit calculate. Okay. Now you come down here to the beneficiary information section and you fill in your continuance beneficiaries information. Okay. If you look in the drop down, and you've already designated somebody like your spouse as your active beneficiary, you'll see them in there already, and you can go ahead and select them. If you do that, and they pop up here, make sure that the date of birth is correct, because some of the date of births are not correct and it'll throw off the calculations. So just always make sure, even if you're typing in the name and relationship and date of birth, make sure the date of birth is correct and you hit get estimate. Okay, now this is, again, the retirement benefit estimate. This is the full PDF. I'll zoom in here and it'll tell you how much you are estimated to receive for each option. So the unmodified option, when you do it, you'll see it's more than any of the other, pays more than any of the other options. And then you will see what the reduction is based on the beneficiary that you have named in the calculator and their life expectancy. It would be this person's life expectancy, and then the reduction would be based on that person's life expectancy. And so you can see how much less the options 2 and 3 pay than the unmodified option. So you can do that calculation for yourself and compare. You will also notice that option number 1 will pay a little bit less than the unmodified option. In this case, it looks like it's about, in this example, it's maybe $7 less. And there's no provision for leaving a continuance benefit to a beneficiary. And this column shows you how much your beneficiary would get paid after your death every month after your death. And so you'll also notice that for option 2, both numbers are the same because option 2 pays 100% continuance to a beneficiary. And you'll notice that for option 3, the beneficiary's continuance is 50% of option 3 because it pays 50%. And you'll notice that option 3 pays you more than option 2. You will also notice that you do not receive a estimate for option 4, and that is because there's so many different permutations of what you could leave to a beneficiary under option 4 that is too complicated to put in the calculator. So if you want an estimate for option 4, you can go ahead and contact us, or you can talk to your counselor when you do your counseling. Okay, there's a question. It sounds like you must name a beneficiary. Must it be a person, or could it be a charity or other entity? You can name a charity, a trust, things like that as your beneficiary, but only for lump sums, not for continuances, because a charity or a trust, theoretically has no ending. And so to name a beneficiary for continuance, it needs to have a lifespan. So it needs to be a human. You could name a charity or trust as a beneficiary for a lump sum amount. You are welcome. Okay, moving along. I'm running about maybe 5 minutes behind. So I'm gonna try to be efficient here so that I leave enough time for the deferred compensation discussion. So let's talk about healthcare benefits. Okay, let's talk about healthcare benefits. What you're seeing here is a list of what we call non-guaranteed benefits, also known as non-vested benefits. These are extra benefits that in the 80s, Alameda County decided their retirees needed extra money to pay for these extra subsidies to pay for their lives in retirement. And so they started a reserve fund called the Supplemental Retiree Benefits Reserve that pays for these extra benefits. But as a result, the extra benefits are based on how much money is in the reserve fund. It is the Board of Retirement's responsibility to run that reserve fund. They administer it. They choose what the benefits are. They choose what the level of benefits are. They choose who qualifies for the benefits, all with ensuring the fund's sustainability far into the future in mind. So they take all that into account when they're setting the benefit levels and choosing who gets the benefits. So this is their chart for qualifying for these extra benefits. You have to have, for most of them, a certain amount of a SARA service credit to qualify. The only one you don't need a SARA service credit to qualify is the supplemental cost of living adjustment. that is an extra cost of living adjustment that is paid on top of the vested cost of living adjustment. So that will, you don't need any years of ACERA service credit to qualify for that. For all the other ones, it starts at 10 years of ACERA service credit. And you'll notice it says ACERA service credit. It does not, so reciprocal service credit does not count here for the purposes of qualifying for these non-guaranteed benefits. You can see that there are 5 benefits here. 4 of them are healthcare benefits. There's 3 levels of the medical subsidy, known as the monthly medical allowance. That's our name for the medical subsidy. And the different levels come in at 10, 15, and 20 years of ACERA service credit. The dental subsidy and vision subsidy pay 100% of your premium for being enrolled in the dental and vision plan. And the Medicare subsidy helps you pay for the cost of being enrolled in Medicare. And those all, you need 10 years of ACERA service credit. Or you can get all these if you are awarded a service-connected disability retirement. You don't need a certain number of years of service credit to qualify. So let me tell you about each one of these individually. We'll start with the monthly medical allowance. First of all, and I like to remind you about with all of these are not guaranteed benefits. These are based on the sustainability of that reserve fund. Currently, there's over $1.1 billion in that reserve fund, and it is the most sustainable it's ever been when we do the sustainability measurement. If you want more information about that, you can go to acera.org/SRBR, and that stands for Supplemental Retiree Benefits Reserve. Okay, monthly medical allowance, not guaranteed benefit. What it does is it offsets the cost of you being enrolled in one of ACERA's sponsored medical plans. So you cannot use it for any outside plans. We offer group plan options. We also offer individual plan options. For the group plans, the monthly medical allowance will offset the cost of the monthly premiums. Premiums are the monthly costs that you pay to the plan to be enrolled in that healthcare plan. For the individual plans, it not only pays for premiums, but also copays and deductibles if you sign up for a deductible plan. But if it's a non-deductible plan, it'll pay premiums and copays. The amount of the monthly medical allowance is set annually by the Board of Retirement. And in fact, the benefit levels for all 5 of the benefits are set annually by the Board of Retirement. Oops, went ahead too fast. Any costs that exceed what the monthly medical allowance can help you with, you are responsible for paying. That's another way of saying if the premium amount is more than the monthly medical allowance, you have to pay the difference. And finally, the monthly medical allowance, and in fact, all of the benefits, all of those non-guaranteed benefits, are only available to pay for your healthcare coverage, not for spouses or plus ones or family members, but you can enroll them in the healthcare coverage. It's just that there's no subsidy available for them. Okay, so here are the dollar amounts for 2023. If you have at least 20 years of ACERA service credit, the monthly medical allowance amount is $616.12. Now remember, this is a monthly amount to help you pay the monthly costs of being enrolled in medical plans. If you have at least 15 years of ACERA service, it's $462.09. And if you have at least 10 years of ACERA service credit, it's $308.06. Now I'm going to show you the plans, and think about these dollar amounts because I'll show you the premiums for the plans for 2023, and you can see how much of the premiums those monthly medical allowance amounts cover. Now, one side note here is that open enrollment is November of each year for ACERA. That's your annual chance to change plans. But whenever you retire, we will get you straight into one of these plans without a gap in coverage. And that's one of the things your counselor will help you with to get you right on the coverage. So you're not without healthcare coverage even for one day. Okay, what you're seeing here is a table of our medical plan options. And it's categorized into 2 columns here. These are non-Medicare eligible plans on the left and Medicare eligible plans on the right. So once you're Medicare eligible at age 65, you would be choosing from these two options. And if you're not yet Medicare eligible, you would be choosing from these 4 options. What I'm going to talk about, I'm going to tell you about the group plans first, the Kaiser Permanente and United Healthcare group plans first. First the non-Medicare, then the Medicare. And then when I talk about the individual plan options through Via Benefits, I'll talk about those combined because it's more efficient to do it that way. So let's talk about the non-Medicare plans first. And before I do that, I just want to make a side note. I'm going to show you very briefly the premiums. If you want any of the full details of the plans, you can look in the enrollment guide that we publish every year. There's a PDF of it on our site. Acera.org/guide will take you right there. In retirement, you will receive a paper copy of this in the mail in your open enrollment packet every year. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a table of the group plans that are non-Medicare plans. So this is if you are going to, if you live in one of the service areas for these plans and you're not yet Medicare eligible, you would be selecting from these 3 group plans. The service areas are San Francisco Bay Area, Sacramento area, Fresno area, Southern California, and for Kaiser Permanente, I think they have Santa Cruz as well. You can see what the premiums are, the self premiums for each plan. So you can see self plus 1 family. And you'll note that the United Healthcare Signature Value Advantage HMO is the cheapest plan. You'll also note that these are the same three plans that Alameda County offers because they negotiate these plans for us. So these are actually the same plans that you choose from when you are an active member and you work for Alameda County. So and there's a question up there. If you move out of state during a year and you want to change from Kaiser to United Healthcare, do you have to wait till open enrollment? No, moving is a qualified event, qualifying event, and that will allow you to change plan. That will allow you to change plans. There's also there's a whole list of qualifying events that include things like marriage, divorce, death, moving, and those are out on our website on the healthcare page. Okay, what I want to show you now is how the monthly medical allowance works if you're eligible for it, and also how you pay for the premiums for being enrolled in these group plans. So let's say that you choose the Kaiser Permanente HMO plan. Now what you're seeing here is a very crude illustration of your Acera pay stub from your retirement allowance payment when you're a retiree. You're going to see somewhere on the pay stub it has gross pay, $4,000 in this example. You'll see a deductions column. This is where we take money out of your check and we send it as a courtesy to you over to Kaiser Permanente to pay your healthcare premium. So you don't have to worry about paying it. We take it out of your check. Then in the additions column, if you are eligible for the monthly medical allowance, you will see that added back into your check. And this is actually, none of these benefits are taxable income. So this is not taxable income. And then you see you end up paying the difference out of your check because the monthly medical allowance doesn't quite cover the premium. And if you look at the premiums, it doesn't quite cover any of the premiums. So that's just the way it is for the monthly medical allowance. It hasn't covered the full premium since maybe like 2008. Okay, next slide. What you're seeing here is a table that talks about the one group Medicare plan option that you have. So when you turn 65, you become Medicare eligible in the United States. And at that time, you can enroll in Medicare and the federal government will start providing you a great deal of healthcare as part of the Medicare system. If you want, you can purchase additional coverage that is kind of like a Medicare add-on, and that's what these Medicare plans are. There's two kinds. There's a Medicare Advantage plan which is what Kaiser Permanente is, and there's a Medicare supplemental plan. And the distinction between those is not super important. But that's what this is. This is like additional coverage on top of what Medicare alone provides, and you can optionally enroll in this. Now you can see that the premium is a lot cheaper, $316.81. It's a lot cheaper than the non-Medicare plans because the federal government is subsidizing most of the cost of this. You'll also notice I've included a row here for the monthly medical allowance, and you'll see that this number did not appear on the monthly medical allowance chart, $316.81. That's not one of these numbers. The reason for that is because the monthly medical allowance, one of the rules is it only pays up to the amount of the self-premium. So you can see that happening here. Your premium is $316.81. Your monthly medical allowance amount also becomes $316.81. The good news is that that means with at least 15 years of service credit, the out-of-pocket cost to you is $0. It does not cost you anything to be enrolled in this. So if you have at least 15 years of ACERA service credit and you're Medicare eligible, you might as well enroll in this because it costs you nothing and you get a much higher level of coverage than Medicare alone. This is, again, only in those California service areas. Okay, now, if you're Medicare eligible and if you're okay, let me step back. Let me just do the slide. It's self-explanatory. What I was just telling you about is group coverage in one of our group plans that we contract directly with the carriers to provide group coverage. We have other options for individual plans where you individually enroll in a different carrier individually. Who can enroll in a Via Benefits individual plan? Via Benefits is a private health insurance exchange that we contract with to link up our members to these individual plans. You can enroll in an individual plan through Via Benefits if you're not yet Medicare eligible, if you live in the US, but outside the ACERA service group plan areas. So you can't live in a group plan area, like you can't live in Oakland and not be Medicare eligible and get one of these individual plans. But if you moved up to Redding, that's outside the group plan area, or you moved over to Nevada, that's outside the area. So then you could enroll in an individual plan through Via Benefits. If you're Medicare eligible, you can live anywhere in the US. You could live in Oakland or San Leandro and choose an individual plan rather than the Kaiser plan. You just need to enroll in Medicare to do that. Now, like I said, Via Benefits is a private health insurance exchange, and they help link you with one of probably, I think there's like 100 insurance carriers that they contract with directly to link you up with these plans. And they help you through the whole process. That's part of the service that they offer. When you call a benefit advisor, they're not commissioned based on which carrier they send you to. They're just salaried, so they're not biased, is the bottom line there. What they'll do is they have 1,000 plans, they'll narrow them down for you to what you need. So when you call them, excuse me one moment. When you call them, you tell them where you live, or if you're going to move, where you're going to live, what level of coverage you're looking for, how much you want to spend. You can even tell them what doctors you want to visit, what prescription drugs you need, and they'll narrow it all down for you. They'll present you with a few options, and then you can choose among those options. And for these individual plans, like I said earlier, the monthly medical allowance pays not only the monthly premiums, but it also pays deductibles and copays if you have any of those. Now, for the monthly medical allowance, it works a little bit differently than if you choose the group plan. We don't put it directly into your ACERA retirement check because it's kind of impossible to do that with these individual plans. What we do instead is if you're eligible for the monthly medical allowance, we will take your monthly medical allowance money and send it over to Via Benefits. Via Benefits will deposit it in this health reimbursement account that they're going to open for you. I was about to say human resources account. Health reimbursement account that they're going to open for you. And your monthly medical allowance money is going to sit there waiting for you to incur expenses, medical expenses. And so you're going to sign up with an individual plan through Via Benefits. And when you do that, they're actually signing you up directly with an insurance company. So let's say that they sign you up with United Healthcare through there or Anthem Blue Cross. Well, you are going to pay your monthly premium to that carrier directly. Now you're out some money from your bank account. Okay, now you have medical insurance and you get sick and you go to the doctor or you go in for your annual checkup. You pay a copay to that doctor. Now you're out some more money. What you do is you submit reimbursement claims back to Via Benefits, and they will pay you your monthly medical allowance dollars from your health reimbursement account directly to your bank account. And they will help you set up all this stuff to happen electronically and automatically, so you don't have to think about it very much. If you do the copays, I think you have to submit those through an app for reimbursement. One more thing I want to say about the Via Benefits plans. If you're Medicare eligible and you choose a Via Benefits plan, Medicare Via Benefits plan, because those plans are so inexpensive, they're incredibly inexpensive. The Board of Retirement decided to offer a slightly lower set of monthly medical allowance amounts to the Medicare people who are enrolled in the Via Benefits plans. So you can see those listed out here. We do find that 90% of the people at the 20-year level do not run out of the money. It's plenty of money to pay for your entire medical care throughout your entire throughout their entire year, and the money resets every year. Okay, so that's the medical coverage. Let me talk about dental coverage. What you're seeing here is a table of the premiums for two different dental plans that we offer, and they're both through Delta Dental. There's a PPO, which is nationwide. There's Delta Care USA, which is California only, and you can choose among these two. Now, the way this works is when you retire, you have at least 10 years of Acera service credit, you have to enroll in one of these plans, but it doesn't cost you anything. Self-premium and the subsidy are the same. So if you look at your Acera check, for example, and you enroll in the Delta Dental PPO, you would see $51.24 come out of your check. In the deductions column, you would see $51.24 go back into your check in the additions column. So it costs you $0 to be enrolled in that plan. And then you can enroll self plus one or family. You're just going to pay the difference between the higher premium and the self subsidy. So you would have to pay more to or pay something to enroll them. Now, if you have less than 10 years of Acera service credit, you can voluntarily enroll in the plan, and you have to pay your whole way. And there's a different set of premiums that are listed out here. And again, if you go to that enrollment guide at acera.org/guide, it will tell you everything that the plans cover. Vision, very similar vision coverage. You have to enroll if you have at least 10 years of Acera service credit, but the VSP standard plan does not cost you anything. The self premium and the subsidy are the same. Now, you can buy up into the VSP premium plan if you want to, and you just pay the difference. The subsidy stays the same at $4.63. And again, all the other rules are similar to dental. If you have less than 10 years of Acera service credit, this is the set of subsidies that you would pay. And again, the details are in our enrollment guide, acera.org/guide. Okay, the fourth non-guaranteed benefit is the Medicare Part B reimbursement plan. When you become Medicare eligible, what you should do is go on our website, enroll in the Medicare transition webinar, and we will walk you through your transition into Medicare. If you turn 65 in retirement, we will actually send you an invitation to that in the mail. And we do those every 2 months. So we do 6 of those a year. Okay, now, when you turn 65 and you enroll in Medicare Part A, if you've paid into the Medicare system during your career, I think maybe for 10 years, Medicare Part A will be free for you. Medicare Part A is hospitalization, Medicare Part B is doctor's visits, Medicare Part D, like in Delta, is prescription drugs. So Medicare Part B comes with a cost for everyone. It's not free. They'll start charging you a cost for that. The lowest standard cost for anyone enrolled in Medicare Part B for 2023 is $164.90. What the Board of Retirement has done they've decided to offer a subsidy for our members who are enrolled in Medicare Part B for that same amount. So that's the lowest standard premium for Medicare. So you would pay $164.90 directly to Medicare. And then if you submit a enrollment form to Acera to enroll in this, you would see $164.90 show up in your Acera retirement check. And again, it's not taxable income. All you need to do is submit that form one time. You just need to remember to do it. We'll remind you to do that in the Medicare transition seminar. And we remind you to do that every year in our open enrollment packet. You just need to maintain enrollment in Medicare Part B. If you have, and you also need to have at least 10 years of Acera service credit to qualify, or a service-connected disability retirement. Okay, the fifth and final non-guaranteed benefit is the supplemental cost of living adjustment. This is paid on top of the vested cost of living adjustment, and this keeps you at least 85% of your original purchasing power in retirement that you enjoyed at the time of retirement. So another way to say it is, if any time in retirement you lose more than 15% of the buying power that you enjoyed at the time of retirement, the supplemental COLA kicks in and keeps you at 85% of your original buying power. So you can never go below 85% of your original buying power. It's a really powerful benefit. And it's one of our most popular benefits whenever we ask retirees what their favorite benefits are. Okay, this is the last substantial slide that I have for you before I turn it over to Gene Hilliard of the Deferred Compensation Program. So I just want to go through these 6 bullet points real quickly. These are some life events. They might not apply to everyone. I just wanted to let you know that these concepts are out there and that you can explore these more on our website. Deferring retirement. I mentioned this earlier. I alluded to this. Maybe I even defined it. If you're an active member, if you're actively working for your employer and actively paying into Acera and earning service credit, you're an active member. If you're retired, you're a retired member. There's an in-between category where you stop working but don't retire yet. You defer your retirement to a later date. So you're still an Acera member, you're just kind of on hold. If you're going to do that, become a deferred member, there's some things that you will probably want to know about that before you make that decision. So go to acera.org/deferred to read about that. Death benefits before retirement. We talked about death benefits after retirement, but there are also death benefits should you die before retirement, and you can read about those at acera.org/death. And it's a good idea to go ahead and keep your beneficiaries up to date with Acera at all times. And you can see who your beneficiaries currently are in your account online on our website. Okay, divorce and domestic partnership dissolution. I already talked about this a little bit regarding community property. You're going to want to read more about that if you are divorced, thinking about getting divorced, or dissolving your your state registered domestic partnership. Go ahead and read about that on our divorce page, acera.org/divorce. Disability retirement. If you ever become permanently disabled and you cannot perform your job duties, we do have the option of what's the verb? Applying for disability retirement. Sorry, it's been a long 3 hours. My brain is kind of melting down. 3.5 hours. So disability retirement, you can apply for disability retirement. It's kind of a lengthy process, but if you're awarded a disability retirement, especially a service-connected disability retirement, it can be very financially advantageous, especially since you are permanently disabled and you can no longer perform your job duties. So please read more about that on our website on the disability retirement page. If you're going to work after retirement and you're going to retire from Acera and you're going to go work for anyone else, have at it if that's what you want to do. We don't care. We're going to consider you an Acera retiree. We're going to pay you your lifetime monthly retirement allowance. Now, if you're going to come back to work for one of Acera's participating employers, those 6 employers I showed you at the beginning of the presentation, there are rules about that, and there's different restrictions. So you're going to want to read about that on our Working After Retirement page. Okay, last and final, relocating after retirement. Please fill out our address change form whenever you relocate after retirement, and that helps us continue to send you official correspondence, and also send you your open enrollment packet every October. Okay. Let me, at this point, let's just say if you have more questions, feel free to contact us at any time. I think there's a question up on the board I didn't get to. I will answer that question. I'll type it out during the deferred comp presentation, and we can revisit that also after the deferred comp presentation is over. If you have more questions, contact us at any time, acera.org/contact. You can email us or call us 510-628-3000. On behalf of Acera's Board of Retirement and Acera staff, we wish you a beautiful retirement. You earned it. So thank you for spending this time with me, and I wish you a beautiful rest of your day and a beautiful retirement. All right. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jean Hilliard, who is the county's representative for the county's deferred compensation program. Jean, are you there?
I am here, Mike. Thank you so much.
Fabulous. Thanks for being here. So this is optional, but you're probably going to want to stick around to hear what Jean has to say about the 457B plan. Even if you've never enrolled in the 457B plan and retirement is coming up, he might tell you something you might want to know about that. If you already have a 457B account, he's definitely going to tell you things that you're going to want to know about that in retirement. We are going to post this video on our website sometime in the next week, so you can check back on our website about that. The slides for this are available on the seminar page. I did update the slides this morning, so give me about 15 minutes and I'll get that updated out on the website. And so you just got to go to acera.org/seminars and you can find a PDF of the slides for this. Okay, it looks like Jean looking pretty good. Looks like we can see your slides.
Yeah, all right, perfect.
Feel free to start anytime.
All right.
I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. My name is Jean Hilliard. I'm Vice President Financial Advisor of, actually it's afternoon. I'm Vice President Financial Advisor of Emerge Financial Group. We're a financial services company in Oakland. Many of you, I'm sure I probably met with at some point. Our firm offers financial planning. We do taxes for folks. We also do accounting for small businesses. A little bit about my background. I'm a licensed stockbroker / financial consultant. Been doing this for roughly 20 years, helping my clients create wealth and maintain that wealth throughout their lifetime and the lifetime of their children and grandchildren. And I'm also a retirement counselor. And my goal as a retirement counselor is to help each and every one of you maintain your current lifestyle in retirement, right? So my goal is to, provided you have the time to make it happen, my goal is to help you get to 100% of your salary in retirement. Now, the good news is you're probably, if you spend any significant amount of time with the county, you're probably halfway there. You're at 50%, 60%. So if you add on Social Security and you add on any other additional income, you have some deferred comp account, that may get you to 100%. But what we're going to talk about today is, are you ready for retirement? Right? You've sat through this presentation, a lot of information. You're gathering some information about retirement, and I just wanted to spend a little time to give you some ideas, some tips on what you should be thinking about in terms of your readiness for retirement. So we'll spend roughly 30 minutes going through this, and we'll answer some questions at the end. So let's go ahead and get started. All right. So one of the first steps when you're thinking about retirement is to kind of close your eyes and imagine what retirement looks like. What are you going to be doing? How much is all of this going to cost you? Are you going to travel? Most people talk about traveling. I like to ask people, all right, if you're going to travel, where are you going to go? Right? Are you going to travel the world? How much is that going to cost you? Are you going to spend some time with family and friends traveling around? I have had a participant who jumped in a motorhome and wanted to visit family members across the country. Is that something you're considering doing? Do you want to purchase a vacation home and spend some time maybe out of the country in the Philippines or in Mexico, et cetera, right? So imagine, think about what's going to be happening when you're retired. Okay, what is retirement readiness? Well, you want to get a feel for what sort of income you're going to receive in retirement. And these are some of the factors. You got Social Security, you got your pension through ACERA, you have your retirement plan benefits through deferred comp, through Empower, or any other government agencies that you've worked for. So these are some determining factors that you want to consider. And this is what we're going to talk about throughout this presentation. Okay, so what are you paying attention to when you're thinking about retirement readiness? All right, what's the big picture, right? Income, Social Security, healthcare costs. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on healthcare costs because I could never do it justice. So I encourage you to sit through the ACERA Medicare seminars to get some more information about healthcare cost. Your retirement budget is a big picture item. The psychological effects of retirement. I mean, you've spent your entire life, your passion has been work, your passion has been your kids. And when you barrel towards retirement, there's no more working, right? The kids are probably grown and out of the house. So those are some things you want to be thinking about and you want to get ahead of prior to retirement. Here are some of the details. Investing principles. With your withdrawal strategy, I'll spend a little time talking about that. How much should you take out of your deferred comp account or any other retirement accounts from a percentage standpoint that will put you in a position where you won't run out of money, right? You want to think about taxes, inflation. Where are you going to live? We're going to talk a little bit about that as well. So let's start with retirement income. Where is your income going to come from, right? So you have Social Security. Log on to ssa.gov, create a user ID, password to get a feel for how much you're going to receive from Social Security. It's important that you do that sooner rather than later because I found that in some cases, Social Security has the incorrect birth date for you, so that could pose a problem for you. They may even have the wrong salary in the Social Security system, so they're not calculating your Social Security benefits correctly. So you want to get that corrected prior to retirement, prior to collecting Social Security, right? Pensions and retirement plans. This is, your income's going to come from there. So log on to acera.org, get a feel for how much you're going to receive from your pension, right? Earlier, I talked about how, my goal is to help you get to 100%, but many financial planners, including myself, will tell you, you don't really need 100%. It's nice to have. You don't need it. You'll need roughly 70 to 80, 90% of your salary, right? Why? Why would I or other financial planners say that you only need 70 to 80 or 90? Why not 100? Well, there's a lot of costs that go away in retirement. So I'll ask you this question. Do you have to pay into ACERA when you retire? The answer is no. If you're contributing to deferred comp consistently, does that continue in retirement? The answer is no. Do you have to pay into Social Security when you retire? The answer is no. So those are some costs that will go away in retirement. And that is why many financial planners say you don't need 100%. Right? Because there's a lot of cost that's going to go away in retirement. All right. So do you have enough to retire? Do you have enough in terms of retirement savings to retire on? Many people have no idea, have no clue. This is where I can be of assistance to you. So, but you have to, these are some of the questions you want to ask yourself. Are you in a position to flat out start working? Right? What does your retirement expenses look like? Is the house going to be paid off? Are the kids going to be out of the house? Right? How much is my healthcare going to cost? I've noticed I've been working with county employees for roughly 13 years. That's when I was hired by Prudential at the time and now with Empower. And there was this misconception that kept going around. Hey, if I do 20 years with the county, my healthcare is paid for the rest of my life. And as I've sat through some of Mike's presentations, I've realized that is not actually true. And I'm sure you just found out it is not true. Now, you're going to get a stipend. You're going to get some extra money to put towards your healthcare, but it's not 100% paid for. So how much is your healthcare going to cost, right? Are you going to continue to work in retirement? You know, maybe doing something part-time. And this is, quite frankly, I would encourage everyone to continue to do something in retirement. Don't just because, you know, maybe that first year or two is going to be nice. You can just sit around and do whatever you want, but that's going to get old. The last thing you want to do is wake up one morning and say, now what do I do with myself? Right? So having a part-time job, doing something you enjoy or something that you like that keeps you busy, I think will benefit you long-term in terms of your health and your psyche. Now, some of you may be thinking, you know, I don't have enough. You've already done the math. So I'm just here to tell you, if you have some extra money and you're really willing to push yourself, the IRS will allow you to go up. If you happen to retire before you're 50, maybe you're a sheriff deputy, you can put away $22,500 if you're under 50. If you're 50 and over, the IRS will allow you to put away an additional $7,500, and that's into deferred comp. An extra $7,500 into deferred comp. That'll make a huge difference. So you're at $30,000. Okay. So are you at the max? Are you close to the max? Again, this is, hey, I don't have enough money in my retirement accounts to retire. This is where you can supercharge your account. In addition to what you're putting into the deferred comp, the IRS will allow you to put away an extra $6,500 if you're under 50 and an extra $1,000 if you're 50 and over. So deferred comp is one of the few plans that will allow you to do both. You can do deferred comp and you can do an IRA. Unlike, say, a 401k, right? 401, if you worked for a for-profit company and you had a 401k, you cannot do both. You can't do a 401k and an IRA. But here with the county, you can do both if you can afford to make that happen. And let's say, hypothetically, you have even more money. You got money sitting in the credit union, right? Sitting at your local bank that's not earning a whole heck of a lot, right? The IRS will allow you, if you qualify, you can put away an additional $45,000 into deferred comp. It's called the 3-year special catch-up, but you have to qualify. How do you qualify? Well, you want to reach out to Darnell Williams, right? And he can confirm whether or not you qualify. Most of you will qualify. I'm pretty confident of that. The only person or persons that would not qualify for this special catch-up is if you were a max contributor from the day you started with the county throughout your entire career. And I'm sure many of you probably did not max out this whole time. So there's going to be you're probably going to qualify, but you're going to need to reach out to Darnell Williams at darnell.williams@acgov.org. Just let him know, hey, I sat through one of Gene's presentation. He talked about the special catch-up. I want to see if I qualify. Now, can you just write a check out of your account at the credit union and put it in deferred comp? Can't do that, right? Unfortunately, any contributions that are made into deferred comp must come from your paycheck, right? So how can you indirectly move money from the outside into deferred comp? Here's what you do. You reach out to your payroll, or you reach out to Darnell or anyone in deferred comp. You'll complete a payroll modification form, and you tell the county you want to put, because the max you can put into deferred comp in terms of a percent of your salary, I believe it's 63%. So you'll set it up where, hey, I want to put 63% of my pay into deferred comp. Now, when you get paid, you only have roughly 34% or 30% on your paycheck. You don't have enough money to pay your bills. Well, what you do is you just go to the credit union, you go to that checking account and you pull money out to pay your bills. And so you continue to do that over time. So that's, if your paycheck can support it, that's how you can indirectly move $45,000 into deferred comp. And you can only do that for 3 years. You have to be at least 54 and a half if you're just a regular county employee. If you're a sheriff deputy, you can participate at 47, right? So you can only do that for 3 years. And the other thing that people aren't aware of is you don't want that third year to be the year you retire. So this is what you want to do. You want to take advantage of this 3-year catch up for 3 years straight. And then the following year, you want to retire. If you want to fully take advantage of the full $45,000 a year, okay? If you have questions about that, I want you to reach out to me. Let's schedule an appointment and I can talk to you about that in a little bit more detail, okay? Log on to acera.org. I'm sure Mike talked about that to get an understanding of how much you're going to get from Acera when you retire. The other thing I would encourage is to, if you're signed up and you're already participating in deferred comp, log on to the Alameda County DCP.com website. That's the website you go to view your account. Log in there, and I encourage you to take advantage of it's called the Retirement Income Calculator. It's a great tool that gives you an idea of roughly where you stand in terms of retirement. Now, it's going to automatically include what you have in deferred comp, but you'll need to enter any other outside assets that are earmarked for retirement. You'll need to enter that into the system and save the changes. And you'll also need to enter what you anticipate receiving from Acera into the system. And once you've hit enter, it'll tell you whether or not you have a surplus, which is a good thing, or if you don't have enough saved towards retirement. So you're going to have to make a decision: increase what you are contributing to deferred comp or retire later. It's up to you. Okay. For folks that are not signed up, this is the exact same website you'd want to go to. So Alameda County DCP.com. Click on enroll in the plan and then follow the prompts. Once you start this process of logging in and signing up, I don't want you to stop because you're going to get distracted and it could be months before you truly sign up. So make sure you sign up. Where people get a little tripped up is beneficiary information. Maybe you don't have their socials handy. We don't need socials right now. Just put that person's name in. We can get the socials later. Second area where people get a little tripped up is on the investment piece. I'm not an expert in the stock market. I need some help before I sign up. Don't want you to do that. Just choose Goalmaker with age adjustment. Choose Goalmaker with age adjustment. Choose a moderate portfolio for a person who's going to retire at 65, and then keep it moving. You can always circle back with me later to confirm that that investment strategy makes sense for you and your family. But most importantly, it's important that you get signed up. Question that always comes up: Gene, I'm already 60. Is it too late? It's never too late. Whatever amount of money that you can afford to put in deferred comp, I encourage you to do it because it's going to save you in taxes if you do it pre-tax. So that'll help. And every little bit counts. It may pay a water bill, may pay a PG&E bill for a significant amount of time. It may pay for some gas, so it will help you. It is never, ever, ever too late to participate in deferred comp. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Social Security, right?
Hey, Gene, real quick, there's a couple of
Yes.
questions up there.
Uh-huh.
Can you add to deferred comp from your pension checks?
You cannot. That is an excellent question. Yeah, it's a deferred comp is a benefit for employees. You can only contribute out of your paycheck while you're working. Once you've retired, you can no longer, that's not considered earned income in the eyes of the IRS, and you can't contribute to deferred comp. So that's a good question, though.
Great. Second
Thanks.
question: is there any way for folks to get an estimate of how much they will net when they contribute different amounts through deferred comp?
Well, yes. If you log on to the Prudential's website, or actually it's Empower. If you log on to Empower's website, there's a calculator you can use there that will give you an estimate of what your balance will be at some point in the future. The retirement income calculator does that as well. You can also reach out to me. I have another calculator that I use for folks to use. So you can schedule an appointment with me and I can use my calculator. But there is one on the Empower website. And you, like I said, you can also reach out to me and I can help you with that.
Great, thanks. Oh,
Okay.
there's another one that just popped up. At what age can you draw from deferred comp?
You can withdraw money from deferred comp at any age, as long as you've separated from service. So that's how deferred comp is different. This is considered a 457B. And because it's a 457B, the IRS will allow you to pull money out at any age. So if you retire at 40 or 50, doesn't matter. You can pull money out. The only thing you're on the hook for is for taxes, but there's never a penalty. So to answer your question, as soon as you leave the county, as soon as you separate service from the county, you can start pulling money from deferred comp.
Great, another question popped up. If I borrowed money out, do I have to pay it all back before I retire?
That's another good question. You do not have to pay it back when you retire. Here's how it would work. You're going to get a letter. You have this loan outstanding. What do you want to do? So you have the option to continue to make payments going forward. So you'll need to write a check, send it into Empower to make the payments. Or you can say, you know what, Gene, I'm not paying that loan back. So, but if you choose that option, then whatever remaining amount that you have in terms of that loan is considered taxable. So be prepared to take a tax hit. So for example, if you have a $30,000 loan that's outstanding and you decide you're not paying it back, they're going to add $30,000 to your income for the year. And then you're going to need to pay tax. So that $30,000 plus whatever other income you're getting from other pensions could potentially put you in a higher tax bracket and therefore a significant tax bill. So just be prepared for that. But that's a good question.
Great, thanks. Oh, one more question just popped up.
Okay.
Can you close it out after? Can you close it out after in full after separating? I have a Roth account now.
Okay, so this person has a Roth deferred comp account, and the question is, can you close it out once you leave county service? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You just, call Empower and say, I want to cash it out. But if you have a Roth, these are some things you want to consider if you do cash it out. The whole point of the Roth is you're putting money in after tax, and you're looking for the growth of that money to be tax-free to you in the future. So if you want that Roth money to all of the earnings to be tax-free to you, you got to remember you have to be at least 59 and a half. So there's an age requirement there for the Roth in order for the earnings to be tax-free, and the account has been open for at least 5 years. So if you're going to cash it out, make sure you hit both of those areas. Otherwise, I'd wait until you hit the age. But if you decide, you know what, I don't care about that, I want to cash it out, there's no penalty, but you're going to need to pay taxes on the earnings. Okay, reach out to me if that's a little confusing. We can have a conversation. I can talk you through it.
Okay. And they say, great, I will hit the age.
Perfect. Perfect. Are we good?
We're good.
All right. So let's talk briefly about Social Security. As many of you are already aware, there's a few ages that you need to hit in order to, take advantage of Social Security. It's 62, where you're getting partial benefit. For some of you, it's 66. For others, it's 67 to get a full benefit. And then also there is, if you want to get the maximum bang for your buck, then you want to wait until you're age 70 to collect Social Security. Okay, here's a look at what your Social Security will look like on average based upon a certain salary. So you have an average salary of $25,000. You can expect to get $1,218. If your salary is over $142, you're looking at $33.38, right? Clearly looking at these numbers, you need more than this to retire. right? So the good news is you have a Sarah. So you're going to have that, plus you're going to have Social Security. So you should be in pretty decent shape. But we just wanted to make the point that you can't just rely strictly on Social Security. It's just not enough money, right? Here's another chart, because people tend to come to me to ask, all right, when's a good time to collect Social Security? At what age? 62, 66, 70. And here's a chart that gives you an idea of how you can get the most bang for your buck. But at the end of the day, when you're thinking about Social Security and when to collect it and trying to get as much money out of it as possible, it's all about life expectancy. When are you going to pass away? No one knows for certain, right? So it's just a guess. You know, there's some financial planners that say, well, how old is your parents and grandparents? Oh, that means if your grandparents lived into their 90s, there's a very good chance you could live into your 90s. So you should collect Social Security at age 70. If you look down at the very bottom, it tells you if you were to collect Social Security at age 62 and you were living till you were 90, you'll get $455. If you waited to collect at age 66, you'll get $545. And clearly here, if you waited until age 70 and you made it until your 90s, you'll get close to 600,000, right? Seems pretty clear in most people's eyes. But again, that's assuming you'll make it to 90, right? Tomorrow is not guaranteed for anyone. And I can tell you that is exactly what this pandemic has shown us. We just can't assume that tomorrow is a given, right? So I would encourage that all money is not good money, right? And what I mean by that is just because you could potentially get more money out of the system doesn't mean necessarily that you should do it. I'm of the opinion, if you are about to retire, you want to retire, and you're 62, and you're thinking to yourself, I can't retire if I don't collect Social Security at 62. I'd rather you collect it at 62, take the hit and retire instead of waiting, right? Because again, tomorrow's not promised. I want you to be able to enjoy your money while you can, right? There's nothing worse, in my opinion. You're sitting around waiting until you're age 70 to get to when you think you're going to get the most bang for your buck, and you don't make it, right? So you've didn't have an opportunity to enjoy your money. So I want you to be able to enjoy Social Security while you can. Okay. How does Social Security work with a pension? I get a lot of questions about that. Look, here's the deal. If you have always worked for a company that paid into Social Security, you do not have to worry about your pension being cut. You don't have to worry about Social Security being cut. It is only if you've worked in a position, right, or you work for the county, like for example, sheriff deputies, they don't pay into Social Security, right? So their Social Security benefits, if they get anything, it's going to be cut, right? So just when you're thinking about, the windfall elimination provision, just ask yourself, go through your records to see if you've always paid into Social Security. If you've always paid into Social Security, don't worry about it, okay? All right, budgeting, very important in terms of retirement, right? These are some of the things you want to be thinking about in terms of creating that retirement budget, prioritizing your future spending. All right, I'm spending X amount of dollars today. Do I anticipate that being the same in the future? Maybe the house is paid off, etc. So budgeting is a lot of folks don't like to do it, but I'm telling you, it will really be helpful to you because you're no longer going to be working. There is no more overtime that you can go ahead and work for to make ends meet if you're short. You're going to get a pension, and it is what it is. If but maybe you can go out to decide to work, but you want to be thoughtful about your money. So, just pull out a piece of paper, go old school, write down your bills, put it in an Excel spreadsheet, do what you have to do to see roughly what your spending is going to look like. Right? You're going to have some fixed expenses that you want to be thinking about. You want on that budget spreadsheet, and variable, right? Always calculate that your PG&E, your water, your garbage, that may go up roughly 1 to 2% a year due to inflation. So have that built into your budget. That's extremely important, right? Here are some additional retirement expenses that some people just don't think about. You know, the big one is caring for an aging parent. You know, there's a very good chance you may have to take care of your parents, right? Are you prepared for that, right? Do you need to upgrade your home to a company or to make it comfortable for your parents? How much is all of that going to cost you? So these are expenses that you want to kind of think about. You know, maybe your parents are fine where they're at, but things change. You want to be somewhat prepared for that, right? Home improvements is another big one, right? You have this roof on your house. It's roughly 30 years in terms of the shelf life of that roof. Will you need to replace it? Be prepared for that, right? At least budget for that just in case, okay? The emotional transition of retirement is a big one that you really want to think about, right? This is kind of the steps that you go through when you're about to retire, right? Growing interest. You're very excited. Oh, there's going to be a little bit of stress that's involved with that. Adjusting, and then you're going to eventually settle down, right? Here's other psychological or potential psychological effects to be aware of. Loss of self-identity. Structure is a big one, right? Little depression. That's going to happen because earlier what I talked about is your purpose in life. The reason for getting up in the morning has been your job, has been work. You may say, well, Gene, I can't stand so-and-so that I work with. I can't wait to get out of Dodge, but I can almost guarantee you, you're going to miss that person when you don't have the opportunity to interact with them. It just happens. You're going to miss work, right? The kids are you've taken care of the kids. That's been your purpose, your reason for waking up in the morning. They're out, grown, doing their own thing. So you're going to need to figure out how to replace that. And that's where I always talk about doing something part-time, you know, even if it's being a greeter at Walmart, not because you have to, is because you want to, right? I also encourage do something with the little kids. They can really keep you young. I had a participant who was a crossing guard at a local elementary school, and she absolutely loves it. These little tiny kids, they keep you young, they keep you spry, they keep you excited, right? Some other areas where I really want folks to think about where you start feeling uncomfortable in retirement is, you know, pain. I'm 55 years old and occasionally I suffer through some back pain. And that has been a challenge. That is depressing when you're always in pain. But I have found that stretching is a big one. I've budgeted for going to see someone to help get me stretched out, right? Going to your local gym. Go ahead and spend money on that. That's important. That's something for you to do throughout the day. Do that every day. Go to the gym. Do some strengthening exercises. And then number 3, extremely important, I would encourage you, go buy a treadmill. Keep that treadmill near your bed. And every single day, walk on that thing for at least 20 minutes every day. That will alleviate some of that back pain that you're experiencing, or any pain. That's a huge, huge one. You know, as you age, you get stiff, and that stiffness is what's causing a lot of that pain. So that's important. Sleep is another big one. As you age, you just can't sleep as well as you know, when you were a kid. I know one thing that helps me, at least at this particular moment in time, is making sure I drink enough water. Ladies, I know you guys are good at the water. Men, not so much. So drink a gallon a day. That helps, believe it or not, with your sleeping, right? And also, who knows, you may be suffering through a sleep disorder, right? So check in with your doctor. Sleep is extremely important. That when you're always sleepy, that makes you a little grumpy and it gets you a little depressed. So those are some things I want you to start thinking about as you get older, as you're getting closer to retirement and in retirement, okay? Fulfilling emotional needs, I talked a little bit about that. Volunteer work, part-time work, doing some sports activities, social engagements. Make sure you're consistent about these things, right? Just don't do it when you're depressed. You want that to be part of your routine every single day. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about, let's switch gears and talk a little bit about withdrawal strategies. Okay?
Eugene, real quick.
Yep.
There's a question. Do you have a checklist of items that you would require when you consult prospective retirees? What should we bring from our retirement agency or employer?
Okay. I can tell you this. I'd love to see how much you're anticipating getting from ACERA or any other pensions. That's very helpful. I would love to see any retirement account balances. Just, you don't have to have a statement, but at least have roughly what your balances are and how that money is being invested. That's important. And then number 3, have a budget. If you have a budget handy, that will be huge for me. We will take all of that information and then we'll draft a retirement planning strategy for you and your family. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So withdrawal strategy. All right. Let's talk a little bit about that. The last thing you want to do is run out of money in retirement. So here's a couple of withdrawal strategies that I want you to consider. But before I get into that, here's some factors that you can't control. Longevity. Am I going to live 5 years or 35 years? The other area where you can't control is investment returns. Am I going to earn 3%, 5%, 6%? But I will tell you this, conventional wisdom in a lot of people's mind is when I'm retired, I should put all my money in something safe, right? The safest investment in deferred comp is the Alameda County Stable Value Fund. That's paying around 1.7, 1.8%. Right? Inflation runs around on average 3%. So if you're only earning 2 and inflation is 3, you've lost money. So my point here is that you can't run and hide in stable value. You even though you're retired, you still need to put some money in the stock market so you can make sure you get a decent rate of return that's going to keep up with inflation. Okay. All right. So here's one of these strategies some folks use. They say, I have X amount of dollars. I'm going to take out $20,000 a year. And then you increase it every year for inflation. That's a strategy, right? Pick a specific dollar amount and then just increase it over time. That's an idea. Some people will use a percent of their balance. This is the one I prefer. A good starting point would be, in my opinion, start at 4%. So take 4% of your account balance every year, right? And you can increase it. Actually, it pretty much ignores inflation. You should just focus on 4% and that's it. Inflation or no inflation, 4%. And then every year you can reevaluate your performance to see if you need to adjust that percentage, right? If you did well that year, then maybe you can go to 4.5. Or if the market dropped on you, maybe you drop it to 3.5, but it's a moving target. Start at 4%. And then every January, make an assessment. You can visit with me because even after you retire, you still have access to my services. So I can give you an idea of roughly what percent of your salary you should take out. Okay. Some people use the required minimum distribution approach. The IRS has life expectancy tables, so you can pull one of those life expectancy tables down and then use that. That'll give you an idea of roughly how much you should take out of your deferred comp or out of your retirement accounts per year. All right, let's talk about taxes. There's a number of different taxes that are going to apply to you potentially in retirement, right? And I'll briefly touch on that. If you have any after-tax earnings, right, from working, or you have pre-tax contributions to deferred comp, right, pre-tax earnings, etc., that's going to be taxable. It's going to be taxed as ordinary income. But if you have money outside of pre-tax, and it's either Roth or you have just a taxable account, a joint account, a trust account, that's potentially going to be taxed as not as ordinary income. It's just a capital gain. So it could be 15%. But the good news here is for the Roth, you don't have to worry about it. If you're 59 and a half, and the account's been open for at least 5 years, you don't have to worry about any taxes, but there's the potential of some taxes. Is Social Security going to be taxed? Well, in many cases, it will. If your income in retirement exceeds these thresholds, then a portion will be taxed. Now, any money that you receive from a SARA is considered income. So, for example, if you're married and you make, between you and your spouse, you make more than $44,000, when up to 85% of your Social Security could be taxed. Now, I'm not a tax person, but I encourage you, before you retire and you're thinking about collecting Social Security, talk to your tax guy or gal to get a feel for your personal situation in terms of whether or not Social Security will be taxed. Okay. Inflation, I talked about that a little bit. There's you want to keep a decent rate of return to keep up with inflation. Don't forget about it. Cost of garbage, water, groceries, etc., they vary from year to year. So you want to keep all of that stuff in mind. These are some real life examples of how inflation works. And I'm sure many of you are already aware of it. This is a gallon of milk back in 1980 versus a gallon of milk 2022, right? This is inflation. It's real, right? So we want to keep an eye on that. We want to make sure that our money is keeping up with inflation in terms of investing. Where do you want to live? There's a ton of people who say, Gene, the San Francisco Bay Area is too expensive. I'm getting out of Dodge, right? These are some, you want to decide where to live. It's not just about the weather, cost of living, quality of healthcare is important. State taxes. You want to go to Florida, Nevada, where you don't have to pay any state income taxes. These are some things you want to consider. These are the states where you get the best tax rates for retirees: Delaware, Hawaii, Wyoming, DC, Nevada, right? Are you considering those areas? Or take a look at them. Here are some areas or some states with the lowest cost of living: Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri. Okay. Planning for long-term care. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on long-term care. If you have long-term care insurance, don't assume that you're covered, right? Because in many cases, long-term care insurance that you have is not even going to cover a fraction of what long-term care is going to cost you per day. For example, many long-term care policies will give you roughly $200 a day towards your health care, right? But if you're going to stay in California and you need long-term care, it's going to cost you about $10,000 a month. So it's very, very expensive. Okay, so if you have a long-term care policy, I encourage you review it. Make sure you understand what sort of benefit you're going to be getting. And if that's not enough, you want to start making allowances for that as soon as you can by putting some more money into deferred comp. Here are some common long-term care types. So homemaking service, if you need some person to come to the house from time to time, adult daycare, assisting, nursing home, etc. And here are the various costs per day for these different services. Okay, estate planning is a big one. Make sure your estate planning is in order, right? And I'll briefly talk about that. You need an estate plan because you can't take it with you. You just cannot assume if you have a will that you're covered. When I was growing up, that's the way it worked. If you had a will, you thought you were covered, but you're not covered, right? Because a will still has to go through probate. What is probate? Probate is the process where your true beneficiaries pretty much have to go to the court to confirm who they are. And that could take roughly a year for your beneficiaries to get your money if you have to go through probate. So here are some factors within an estate plan that's also important: end of life, medical care. You want to have something in writing. If, for example, you're ever incapacitated and your family members are trying to make a decision on whether to keep you on life support, it's always nice to, I know this is kind of morbid, but this is real. I just want to put that out there for you. It's nice if you had it in writing. Guardianship of children. Some of you probably are taking care of your grandkids. If something were to happen to you, who's going to take care of the kids, right? It's always nice to have that in writing, right? Because your grandkids may end up with someone that they probably shouldn't end up with. So make sure you get that information in writing up front in terms of guardianship of your grandkids or even your kids. Okay, here are some components of an estate plan. Now, I know I talked about a will is not enough. You need a will in your plan, right? So a will is included. A revocable living trust is included. Healthcare power of attorneys, a regular power of attorney, those are separate components of an estate plan. If you have a house, some people come to me and say, Gene, I thought an estate plans were for just rich people. Well, if you own a home in the San Francisco Bay Area, it's pretty and it's close to being paid off. In my mind, you're considered rich. So you want to make sure that property is protected. And a place where you can go to have someone create an estate plan for you is, if I would encourage you during open enrollment, set yourself up with, there's some sort of legal aid, or it's not prepaid legal, but it's some sort of a legal plan that you guys could sign up for. Get that and then contact them when the time is right, ASAP, and they'll hire an estate planning attorney for you. Okay, so sign up for that legal aid, whatever that is, during open enrollment, and then you can contact them to have them set up an estate plan for you. Okay, what's next? Here are the different websites that are as important that you jot down and make sure that you visit as soon as you can. So there's ACERA, so you can see roughly how much you're going to get from Social Security or from your pension. Then there's SSA.gov, right, for Social Security, Medicare, so you can get some information on how Medicare works, and then obviously the IRS website. There are three, if I might say so myself, fantastic financial advisors that are here to help. You have Mark Tomei on the far left, Jason Brumman on the far right, myself in the middle. To get in contact with us, just give us a call at 855-969-4572 to schedule an appointment. You can log online at AlamedaCountyDCP.com to schedule an appointment, right? You can call my office directly if you want to bypass this 800 number. That the telephone number is 510-562-6355, or you can email me at G_Hilliard, HILLIARD, at emergefinancial.com. So you can call the 855 number. You can log online at AlamedaCountyDCP.com to schedule an appointment. You can call me. You can email me. There are a number of ways, different ways you can get in contact with me. The good news here is it doesn't cost you a dime. You know, so with permission of your supervisor, we can do a Zoom, we can do a phone. We're not doing in-person appointments yet, but that's going to happen shortly. So get in contact with us. It doesn't cost you a thing. We're here to help you. So there's the website, there's the 855 number that you can call to view your account, to make some changes to your investments. If you want to increase your contributions, you can go to this website and make that happen. Okay, so with that in mind, I'd love to entertain some questions. I kind of sped through this because I know you guys have already spent 3 hours with Mike, and I know it's probably tough with another hour. So, but thank you for taking the time, and we'd love to entertain some questions if you have them.
Thank you so much, Gene. That was fantastic.
Oh, absolutely. It's my pleasure.